gill abilities, both of which offer huge advantages in water while predictably being entirely useless on land. Back during the Devonian expansion, long before the vertebrate faction had unlocked terrestrial builds, fish were the top tier build in the game, having a crushing matchup against the top arthropods, their main competitors. In today's meta though, fish have to compete with a lot more than just arthropods, and typically place below the top marine builds like cetaceans and cephalopods. And with the nerfs to the Plagiderm armor ability that fish used to have access to, fish have had to get creative with their game strategies in order to survive the current meta. Now let's get into the tier list to see which strategies and abilities are worth speccing into if you're a fish player. Seahorses are an extremely strange build with the lowest mobility stat of any fish in the game. This mobility stat is due entirely to their strange choice to spec into the prehensile tail ability at the cost of all but one of their fins. Now don't get me wrong, the prehensile tail ability can be extremely useful, especially for arboreal builds that use them to tether themselves to trees while keeping their hands and legs free for foraging. For a marine build though, I think there are better choices available. All the prehensile tail does is allow the seahorse to anchor itself to plants and rocks, preventing itself from getting tossed around by the current, which again it wouldn't need to do if it didn't lack fins. Now, they do have pretty solid armor, which can make them difficult to actually take out, but their extreme lack of mobility means the seahorse cannot dodge attacks. This leads them to getting smacked around by any player who feels like it, even ones without any special combat perks. And with their best matchup being against plankton, to me there's no way the seahorse places any higher than F tier. Also in F tier we have the ocean sunfish. This probably isn't too shocking given that the sunfish is famously bad at defending itself. But for those unaware, the ocean sunfish has the highest HP stat of any fish in the game and relies on its giant size for protection. Similar to the seahorse, the sunfish's other stats are all extremely low, and because of this, the sunfish gets bullied hard by many of the common marine threats, both large and small. They get torn to bits and tossed around particularly badly by the mammalian player base. Sea lions and orcas in particular love flexing their superiority over the largest fish build in the game. But the sunfish has another huge weakness: parasites. See, the sunfish has soft, mucus-coated skin instead of the scales traditionally used by fish players. This makes the sunfish more vulnerable to parasites, which unfortunately means that even the best sunfish mains have to play while suffering from a wide variety of debuffs from parasite infestations. The sunfish players often solicit the help of support mains like the wrasse and shrimp to help cleanse themselves, and may even sit at the water's surface to give bird mains the chance to attack the parasites. The gigantism strategy is usually a pretty reliable strategy for avoiding attacks. Elephants, whales, hippos, and rhinos are generally safe from attacks once they reach their max size. However, I think in order to make the strategy work, you need to actually be able to strike back to discourage repeated attacks. Otherwise, you're kinda just a damage sponge and will have your HP slowly whittled down, as we often see happen to the sunfish mains. So because of all these vulnerabilities and over-reliance on support players for help, I have to place the ocean sunfish in F tier. The flying fish is a build with an extremely unique playstyle centered around maximizing mobility. By putting a huge amount of evolution points into their fin trait and mobility stat, they've actually gained the ability to glide through the air for surprisingly long distances. This is useful as an escape option when being attacked by a larger fish player. However, as unique a move as this is, I actually think this is a pretty poor strategy overall. Being airborne might put you out of range of an attack from another fish, but it's by no means a safe position, and in many cases is actually seriously disadvantageous. Without any way to dodge attacks midair, flying fish are extremely vulnerable to bird attacks, which kinda nullifies the benefit of escaping an aquatic pursuer. And in addition, with no way to change direction midair, it's actually not that difficult for said fish player to just intercept the flying fish's landing. So overall, not that useful of an ability, tacked onto an otherwise unremarkable build. Also in D tier we have the salmon family, which includes the fish builds like the trout and the char. This build actually has some pretty impressive stats, with high mobility being pretty much required in order to withstand the constant rushing flow of the rivers that they use as their respawn points. Similar to the flying fish, this playstyle is also highly vulnerable to disruption from non-aquatic players. As impressive as it is that salmon and trout mains are able to make these insane jumps, the sad truth is that the thing that they're most well known for is being an easy source of XP for carnivore players. Now, this jumping ability is also useful for attacking flying builds midair, but the salmon's power stat isn't quite enough to be able to take down anything that isn't far below their weight class. At the bottom of C tier, we have the catfish, one of the tankier builds on this list with a bulky yet versatile stat spread. A lot of players undervalue the catfish and see it as low tier trash due to it being a bottom feeder, not realizing that they've actually got a few decent unique abilities, most important of which is their venom, rather than speccing their fin appendages to do things like flying or flexing. The catfish build spec'd into fins that have barbs on them, which can deliver a venomous sting. While their venom usually isn't able to deal lethal damage, it's still a decent defensive ability. It does have its weaknesses though, particularly to long, disjointed hitboxes, such as the spear-like beaks of some bird builds. Nonetheless, the catfish is still a reliable and easy-to-play build, being omnivorous and able to gain plenty of XP simply by digging through the mud for scraps. Also in C tier we have the archer fish, the only fish build with the ability to use a ranged attack. This projectile deals essentially 0 damage, but it's by no means useless. This projectile has high knockback, making it excellent for pushing players into vulnerable positions. A waterlogged insect is one of the easiest targets in the game, and being able to force that type of interaction is an extremely powerful ability. This ability does have its limitations though. As is the case with most projectiles, this attack is unusable in the water, meaning that the archerfish doesn't really have any good moves for PvP against other aquatic players. I think the biggest weakness of this playstyle though is the position that you're forced into in order to make use of your projectile weapon. Being near the surface of the water leaves you vulnerable to both attacks from below and above, and with no defense against either, the archerfish is a high-risk, decent reward build. In B tier we have the builds that are generally solid picks, but lack any truly overpowered abilities. First is the bass, the poster child for the phrase, big fish in a small pond. With solid stats and the ability to grow larger than most other freshwater lake fish, the bass can easily dominate their local scene, even to the point of depleting the area of resources by gobbling them all up. Their generalist nature and large jaws mean they can prey upon just about anything from smaller fish to crustaceans to even builds like frogs and alligators. While there's not that much that's flashy or unique about this strategy, there's no denying that the bass is a consistent threat in the pond meta, and I consider them the gatekeepers of the higher tiers. Also in B tier we have the fish faction's premier support class, the Cleaner Ross. The Cleaner Ross specializes in cleansing larger fish players of parasites, providing an extremely useful service in the form of removing debuffs from any fish player in need, similar to the Oxpecker on land. Parasites are a major threat to fish players, so it's no surprise that oftentimes even top tier builds like Sharks will add Cleaner Ross players to their party. Ross do have to rely on their reputation to protect them though, and while betrayals during cleansing sessions are rare, swimming into a mouthful of dagger-like teeth is not without risk. Alright, now we're in A tier and this is where things start to get a bit overpowered. First, we have the Pickerel Guild, which includes the pike and muskellunge, the most fearsome freshwater fish in the game. These vicious fish builds are highly aggressive and attack anything in or around their domain, from fish to birds to mammals and even humans. Their powerful jaws sport sharp crocodile-esque teeth, which deal serious damage and grip their target, preventing their escape. But it's not just about power with these fish. Their slender body and camouflage allow them to easily hide in cover, waiting for the perfect ambush opportunity. And unlike trout, when these fish jump, it's not just to clear an obstacle, they jump to attack. Their only weakness is a slow growth rate and long respawn timer, but even at low levels, these fish are adept hunters. While not part of the Pickerel Guild, I also include the Barracuda in this same rating, as they have a very similar playstyle. Giant size is not a requirement to be a high tier predator though, as exemplified by the next build on this list, the Piranha. Piranhas are one of the best, if not the best, example of how with the right combination of special abilities and team strategies, size genuinely doesn't matter. Their special ability, Feeding Frenzy, boosts Piranha shoal DPS to one of the highest in the game, able to absolutely melt through the HP of even the tankiest targets. In contrast to the salmon and trout, Because of their favorable matchup against larger players, piranhas are the only fish build on this list that I think actually make great use of its positional advantage in rivers, as many mammals and birdmates will be forced to cross your territory over the course of their playthrough and fall victim to your frenzy attacks. Their main weakness is a lack of defensive capability, meaning that they can still be easily one-shot by other predator players. The next build on this tier list does not share this weakness. The lionfish is one of the most well-defended fish builds in the game, relying on a huge arsenal of venomous spines to deal serious damage to attackers, similar to the porcupine build on land. Because of this, the lionfish is an infamously unpleasant target to attack, and most predator players tend to either ignore or actively avoid them. While their other stats are quite low, this certainly hasn't stopped them from rising to dominance in their home server of the Indo-Pacific. Lionfish are also generalists, who gobble up anything that their low mobility stat allows them to catch, which can quickly deplete a server of its resources. And because of their quick respawn rate, lionfish have rapidly spread to other ocean servers without much pushback, at least until they reach the tropical Atlantic. See, there is one fish build that has been able to consistently take down lionfish, and once I show you how broken some of their abilities are, it'll be easy to understand why. We've got 2 more builds to showcase in S tier, but real quick, I just want to point out that this is the longest video I've made so far, and took a huge amount of time and resources to produce. So if you're enjoying it and want more content like this, please do consider subscribing. Thanks! The moray eel is one of the most uniquely powerful fish in the game, with a set of strange yet highly functional abilities and well-placed base stat allocations. So first, their stats. While the highest aquatic power rating falls to sharks and whales, a close runner-up is the moray. Their teeth resemble broken glass and can do similarly brutal damage in combat. Their mobility is surprisingly high for a fish that lacks pectoral and pelvic fins, but in addition to having great maneuverability in the tight spaces of a reef, they're capable of some pretty impressive bursts of speed too. Their stealth may seem low due to their vibrant coloring, but honestly, bright colors are everywhere in reef servers, so they don't stick out too much. In fact, their ability to contort and fit into crevices and other tight spaces gives them a pretty huge advantage for ambushing other players. Where things get interesting though is with their defense. The moray has a slime-based special ability, which serves multiple defensive purposes. It protects them from taking abrasion and puncture damage while passing through sharp coral and jagged spaces within the reef. But perhaps more surprisingly, it's great at deflecting damage from things like teeth and spikes. Not only does this give them a great matchup against sharks, but it also makes them one of the only builds in the game capable of taking down the lionfish. This excellent matchup spread makes placing the moray eel in S tier an easy decision. The final build on this tier list is the billfish. This includes the marlin, swordfish, and sailfish, all of which have similar playstyles. This group is top tier for 2 reasons. First is that they have the highest swim speed in the game, beating out not just all other fish, but also mammals and birds. In addition to having unmatched speed, their large dorsal fins allow them to make tighter turns than most fish too, making them extremely good at chasing down prey. Their most unique trait, however, is their bill, one of the strangest offensive abilities in the game. Useful for both slashing and stabbing, this attack is one of the few in the game able to hit multiple targets at once. This makes it excellent for countering the ubiquitous safety in numbers strategy many fish players adopt. And since the billfish hunt in packs, they can rack up insane kill counts, rivaling the hunting prowess of even a pot of dolphins. With busted stats and a signature move that's both flashy and downright broken, to me there's no question that the billfish is the most overpowered fish build in the game. Regardless of where your favorite fish build falls on the tier list, one thing's for sure. Adaptation is key to survivability in the current meta, and it's important to always be exploring new strategies to stay ahead of the curve. The same can be said for YouTubers, and this is why a bunch of creators and I have started an experiment called Nebula, a new platform that gives us the freedom to pursue the projects we want without needing to fear demonetization nor optimize for YouTube's desired metrics. In addition to posting ad-free versions of all my new videos days in advance on Nebula, there's also hours of original content on there that you can't get anywhere else. On top of my Let's Play Outside series, which I've talked about before, I've also recently put out a podcast with my friend Alex from the channel Low Spec Gamer, where he interviews me about my creation process and how I started this channel. I'd love for you to go and check it out. So what does CuriosityStream have to do with this? Well, not only have they been this channel's biggest supporter for quite some time now, they've also partnered with Nebula so that we can bring you both services for less than the cost of either one individually. Normally, the annual subscription to CuriosityStream is $20 a year, and the typical Nebula subscription is $30 per year. Yet when combined, you can get both for $14.79, easily one of the best deals in streaming. And of course, CuriosityStream is also an excellent service, with thousands of high-quality documentaries to buff your knowledge stat. If you want to learn more about fish, I recommend their docuseries Deep Ocean, narrated by the legendary David Attenborough. But if you're just in the mood for some nostalgia, they've also got those awesome old BBC dinosaur documentaries too. So whatever you're in the mood for, this bundle has you covered. To get started, head over to curiositystream.com/tiersu. Thank you all so much for watching, and thanks especially to my patrons on Patreon. Until next time, good luck out there. Birds are one of the most popular playable classes in the game, with a huge number of successful builds and tons of cool strategies. However, some of these strategies have clearly been more successful than others. So today we'll be going over the bird tier list to see which bird ranks highest. But before we get into looking at specific bird builds, let's do an overview of the basic attributes and special abilities the bird faction has access to, as well as a quick rundown of the history of the bird faction. So birds are one of the newer factions in the game, joining the game's roster during the latter part of the Mesozoic expansion. They began as an offshoot of the dinosaur faction that was specifically adapted to arboreal gameplay, but when the devs dropped the Cenozoic balance patch, these small avians were the only dinosaurs not to be hit by the banhammer. Fast forward to today's meta, and birds are one of the most successful factions in the game, owing this success to a handful of powerful unique abilities, in addition to the obvious flying attribute. First of which is their beak. Now, beaks were not an entirely new ability for the reptile player base, but birds went far deeper into the beak skill tree than most dinosaurs ever had, with many bird players opting for extremely specialized beaks to give them an edge in specific scenarios. However, even the basic beak offers plenty of advantages. While their lack of teeth does mean that they deal reduced damage with their bite attack, birds can be far more accurate with their pecking attacks, enabling them to hit weak points or secure grabs on smaller targets, such as the thin hurt box of a snake. Beaks also offer moderate protection, potentially reducing headshot damage and nullifying imprecise counterattacks. Beaks also offer some of the best stab-type damage in the game, which, when used accurately, can deal massive damage on crit. Beaks are also excellent tools for dealing with parasites. In fact, they're so good that oftentimes, other less dexterous players will party up with bird support players in order to have a better matchup against parasites. Feathers are also a unique and powerful trait exclusive to birds that provides excellent cold protection without causing the user to become too over-encumbered to fly. Feathers also offer pretty substantial defense against crush-type attacks, which is especially important to birds because of their hollow bones trait. Hollow bones are another ability meant to synergize with the flying playstyle. Now, a common misconception is that bird bones are hollow in order to reduce equipment load, but actually they're hollow in order to let bird players fill them with air, which grants them a massive boost to their maximum stamina. Without this, it'd be extremely tough for a bird to fly for any significant period of time. The trade-off, of course, is that a broken bone not only deals serious damage, but also potentially reduces the player's maximum stamina by a huge margin. So a bird player will need all of the blunt damage defense it can get. And speaking of blunt damage, the bird's lower bone density means the bird's own blunt force strikes, like wing attacks, also deal reduced damage. The top tier bird builds are the ones that can best capitalize on the strengths of their class while mitigating potential weaknesses. That about covers the basics, so let's get into the tier list. At the bottom of the tier list we have two flightless bird builds, both with essentially the same glaring weakness. These are the kiwi and kakapo. Kiwis are hilariously part of the same faction as ostriches, emus, and cassowaries. For some reason they opted to give up the flight ability, but didn't use the extra available skill points to spec into Gigantism like the rest of their squad did. The result is a build that can literally only exist on island servers where there is no active mammal player base, aka New Zealand. The Kakapo is a flightless version of the parrot, and although parrots are undoubtedly excellent bird builds, the flightless weakness is too glaring to ignore. Due to invasive species like rats and cats establishing a presence on island servers, both of these flightless bird builds are seeing major declines in their player base, and I would not be surprised if they all ended up switching mains. Flight is just too strong an ability to pass up, which brings me to the next builds on my tier list. So I see what these builds were going for. Being giant could potentially make up for the lack of flight, but in practice this didn't quite pan out. While these are technically the strongest birds in terms of base power and defensive stats, for their weight class they are woefully underpowered. They're one of the few megafauna builds that can be taken down by cheetahs, when they should be able to completely annihilate cheetahs with their powerful claws. Their huge weak point presents a lot of opportunity for counterattack too, so if they ever get too bold, they're setting themselves up for a tough loss. Lastly, the fact that they are forced to nest on the ground forces them into an even more vulnerable position than most birds, as ratite eggs are extremely valuable as loot. Objective defense is not an easy task even for high-tier builds, so for ostriches, emus, and cassowaries, this is a huge hurdle. Next on the tier list we have the hummingbird. This build spec'd purely into mobility and just about nothing else, and as a result is the only bird build with full 360-degree movement, similar to a dragonfly. This, combined with its extremely small size, enables the hummingbird to very quickly change direction mid-flight, allowing it to easily dodge attacks and fly around obstacles. More importantly, it allows the hummingbird to access nectar, which is an extremely valuable source of energy that's normally inaccessible to birds, since birds are usually too heavy to land on flowers and not agile enough to access nectar mid-flight. This all sounds great, but the hummingbird also has two very serious weaknesses. The first is pretty obvious. They have no combat prowess at all, and any attack they fail to dodge will send them right back to the character select screen. But in addition to that, the insane energy cost of their flight ability, combined with their total lack of fat storage, means hummingbirds will run out of stamina very quickly if they can't constantly find food. To me, this is a high-risk, high-reward strategy where the risk far outweighs the reward, so I have to place them in F tier. At the bottom of D tier, we have the pigeon. The pigeon build doesn't really have any critical flaws, but they're held back by mediocre stats. In particular, the pigeon is sorely lacking in any combat-focused stat, like power or defense. They do best in cities where their excellent navigation ability grants them an extra bit of safety, by nesting among high-rises in loot-rich locations. But even in cities, pigeon players tend to be the main source of XP for higher-tier predators. Plus, if you're just looking to play a bird build that's good at looting cities, there are better options available anyway. The peacock build is another generally understated build, with high HP but little else to rely on. It does, however, have one of the highest intimidation proficiency bonuses in the game, gaining a massive buff to all intimidation checks when its eye spot feather ability is activated. As impressive as this ability is, the peacock's actual attacks do very little damage, so any player able to resist being frightened will have a pretty easy win. The peacock's diamatic display also blocks vision behind itself, making a stealth approach by a third-party attacker extremely easy. And while they can escape by flying, the feathers of a peacock are so heavy that getting airborne takes a bit longer than most birds, which can be the difference between dodging or dying when under attack. The flamingo is a bit of an AFK class. Very minimal skill is actually required to pilot this build. They opted to spec into the filter feeding ability, meaning all they really need to do to gain experience and progress their character is pick a random spot in the lake bed and start digging around with their beak, scoring free wins against things like snails and shrimp. However, when faced with a challenge from any player anywhere near its size, this build totally falls apart. They rely on water to impede the approach of predators in order to give them time to escape when attacked. However, this doesn't always work. Their pathetic defensive stats mean they go down in 1 or 2 hits, and their slow flight startup means that oftentimes players will have time to rush them down even when they're in the water. This is an easy build to rack up a bunch of experience with, but also a very easy build to defeat if you know their weaknesses. The humble chicken, often compared to the T-Rex to exemplify how far the dinosaur faction has fallen. While I disagree with the implication, I don't disagree that chickens are indeed a low-tier build. While they aren't anywhere near as totally helpless as the kiwi or kakapo, they're still a barely average statted bird that lacks the ability to fly for any extended distance. They can certainly hold their own against most similarly sized opponents, but with poor escape options and no unique abilities, this build faces an uphill battle against most opponents. Well, okay, I shouldn't say no unique abilities, but to be honest, their fast respawn rate kinda backfired on them due to humans using the factory farming strategy. Next in C tier we have the Vulture build, the tankiest variant of the Raptor subclass. A good tank build needs to be able to accomplish two things. The first is area denial, which Vultures do quite well. A few of them can easily lock down a carcass, one of the most contested points of interest you'll ever see on the map. They can do this because of their large size and acidic projectile attack. The other thing a tank must be good at is shrugging off hits, and this is where Vultures fall short. Their thick feathers easily shield them completely from smaller attacks, but because of their hollow bones, blunt fours can easily crush their defenses and take them down in only a hit or two. So while they can defend a carcass from hordes of smaller scavengers, they don't have much counterplay towards bigger, more aggressive brawlers.
The command post is now under hostile control.
The Woodpecker build spent the bulk of their evolution points optimizing and perfecting the peck attack, both in power and efficiency, with one goal in mind: to be able to hit insect players through cover. Burrowing is one of the safest, most effective ways insect players can avoid combat. But the Woodpecker absolutely demolishes this strategy. One of the main advantages of this strategy is that having a powerful beak that's highly effective at drilling through wood also just means you've got a super sharp beak that's highly effective as a general purpose weapon. One of the main disadvantages of this strategy is that pecking at wood gives the Woodpecker's location away, alerting more powerful predators to its presence, while it's in the middle of pecking and is distracted. One particular Woodpecker build, the Toucan, opted to spec into more bulk and an even more powerful beak, which, while less useful for attacking insects through the wood, is still extremely powerful for PvP. All in all, interesting strategy. By no means flawless, but definitely has some solid strengths. So, I know I've been pretty hard on flightless birds up until now, so you might be surprised to see me rate penguins as upper mid-tier rather than low tier. The difference is, penguins actually swapped out their wings for an arguably equally viable alternative, flippers, which essentially allow them to fly through the water with incredible agility. This gives them a downright broken matchup against fish. However, this strategy is pretty much only viable on servers where there are no land-based predators that penguins would still need to worry about. So if for whatever reason a few polar bears ever spawn in the Antarctic server, it's kind of game over for that entire build. The predators they have to contend with in the water are even more dangerous, and while their agility does help them dodge attacks, ultimately it's still a totally one-sided matchup. Their strategy is pretty cool and actually fairly dominant due to limited competition, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the entire penguin player base collapse if the devs ever add new DLC in the form of an Antarctic land predator, or even if they just buff the land mobility of the leopard seal. Still, top of C tier is a respectable position for a flightless bird. At the bottom of B tier we have the goose. I've got an entire video dedicated to the goose build, but in short, the goose has solid base stats, including above average hit points. However, its abysmal power stat leads it to rely heavily on intimidation to secure territory. This can be unbelievably effective at times, and it's not uncommon to see top tier predators flee an encounter that they easily could have won. Still, the obvious flaw in this strategy is that if the goose's opponent resists being frightened, the goose will be wide open to a punishing counterattack. In addition, the goose's weak spot is easily exploitable by intelligent players, so careless aggression tends to be the goose's biggest strength and biggest weakness at the same time. All in all, still a surprisingly effective strategy. The heron build put a huge amount of evolution points into maxing out the puncture damage it can deal with its beak, and it did so to great success. Herons have one of the highest damage pecks of any bird, and frequently one-hit their targets, even those with scale armor like large fish and juvenile crocodiles. The effectiveness of their piercing attack is amplified by their long neck, which gives their attacks a deceptively long range, giving their strikes an almost cobra-like flash to them. They have downright oppressive matchups against fish, amphibians, and all other small aquatic builds. One vulnerability they do have is that their flight ability has a lot of startup, making it a bit less reliable as an escape option if they do happen to get ambushed. Still, it's certainly not terrible. Another weakness is that their long neck presents a bit of a weak point, making lunging forward with repeated pecking attacks a bit risky if you get too predictable about it. Good players will be able to punish careless lunges quite hard. In high B tier we have the Falcon, a raptor build that opts to defeat its opponents using speed and superior maneuvering rather than actual power. Falcons actually have a below average power stat for a raptor, and don't deal particularly high damage in close combat. Their talons are pretty small compared to hawks, owls, and eagles, and so instead of slashing and stabbing with their claws, Falcons actually punch with their feet to disorient or concuss their target, and then finish the fight with their more powerful beak. In the right situation, this can deal absolutely massive damage, enough to one-shot a mid-sized target at full HP. The drawback of this strategy is that Falcons can only dish out high damage when they have the time to build up speed first. This makes the Falcon a pretty poor defender for objective game modes, and means the Falcon can struggle to win fights if its first attack doesn't connect, as follow-up attacks will likely not have the same force built up as the first. Still, the burst damage potential of this build cannot be ignored, so it earns its spot in high B tier. This might seem like an odd inclusion to cap off B tier, but songbirds are a highly efficient build for their size, and do deserve recognition on this tier list. This is a huge group including finches, starlings, sparrows, wrens, and birds of paradise. And while some are flashier than others, they all have relatively similar stats, with extremely high agility being their core stat. Unlike many of the builds lower on the tier list that have difficulty getting themselves airborne quickly, songbirds have extremely low startup on their flight move, allowing them to reposition themselves easily and quickly. This makes their approach very difficult to punish, making songbirds excellent at chipping away at defensive players, and makes them great at stealing loot from slower builds.
Yoink.
Their safety in numbers strategy can actually be somewhat intimidating and disorienting too, making it rather difficult to attack a party of songbirds mid-flight. While they certainly aren't invincible, having one of the lower HP stats among birds, they're an often overlooked but undoubtedly successful bird build. At the bottom of A tier we have the Swan. The Swan is essentially a goose that has the power stat to actually back up its attempts to intimidate. The wing attacks that most bird players use do very little damage and aren't very useful aside from pushing other players around. The Swan's wing attack can break bones and concuss foes. Because of this, Swans are one of the best builds at controlling important points of interest, as their hyper-aggressive playstyle can result in huge territory gains. Of course, they do have the same weaknesses as geese, so targeting the Swan's neck with an attack can defuse the threat. But this is a bit riskier of a play against a Swan than against a goose. All around, sturdy defender, definitely A tier. Next in A tier we have the Owl, the Avian faction's premier stealth assassin build. It owes this reputation to its special ability, which allows it to fly completely silently. This makes the Owl's strikes very difficult to defend against, as players just about never see them coming. While not as stacked in the power department as their daytime counterparts, Owls do have quite solid base stats. While they aren't likely to one-shot high HP targets, they do have enough force behind their attacks to be able to defend themselves and their territory, even from powerful enemies. In addition to granting the Owl the Silent Flight perk, the Owl's thick, bushy feathers offer additional defense against attacks, enabling it to stand its ground in important objective defense scenarios. Interestingly, the Silent Flight perk did come at the cost of the waterproof ability that most bird feathers have, meaning that falling into the water or getting caught in a rainstorm can actually disable the Owl's flight ability. A pretty unique weakness, and certainly something that can be played around, but interesting nonetheless. In the middle of A tier we have the Eagles and Hawks. Hawks and Eagles follow the same basic strategy, both having tailored their builds to focus on dealing maximum damage with their talons. Hawks are the smaller variants of this group, and because of this they are far more agile. While not as powerful as eagles, their agility enables them to weave through cover better than most birds of prey. This makes them well suited for rushing down players both in open terrain and in dense, difficult to navigate terrain like forests. Eagles, in contrast, are much more powerful, but their larger size and wider wingspan prevents them from entering dense forests. Still, in open prairies and mountains, eagles can be incredibly effective, dealing absolutely brutal damage with their enormous dagger-like talons, enough to take down players in higher weight classes without even requiring team strategies. These are without a doubt some of the strongest bird builds in the game for PvP, and have been for quite some time. At the top of A tier, we have the grappler tank hybrid, the Pelican. The Pelican's main strength is its throat pouch. Grappling enemy players can be a highly effective takedown strategy, but birds struggle with this since they can't use their wings to grab, and since their beaks aren't always the most reliable grappling weapons, sometimes leading to targets escaping. The Pelican's grapple is, in contrast, almost totally inescapable, and works on targets much larger than you might think. While this attack style is most effective against fish, it's quite powerful against other bird, rodent, and amphibian players, although it does have its limitations. This, combined with the Pelican's overall bulk, makes it one of the most difficult birds to take down in single combat, and enables it to stand its ground against even top tiers like canines. So those of you who follow the channel for a while can probably guess what the top tier birds are going to be. If you can't, that's probably a good indication that you should be subscribed. Those of you wishing the devs could unban the Velociraptor build, look no further than the Secretary bird, as it has basically all the same awesome abilities and more. Hunting on foot and in pairs, they prove time and time again that striking from the sky is overrated. They can easily defeat other high-tier builds such as the Cobra and Mongoose with their high-damage kicks. Their stomp move has extremely high accuracy, allowing Secretary Bird players to score game-ending headshots with ease, and they do all this without completely sacrificing their flight ability. If they ever find themselves outmatched, which only ever happens against builds in higher weight classes, they can still retreat to the sky or treetops. The fact that this strategy works in Africa, one of the most unforgiving servers of all time, is proof enough to me that this is the optimal raptor. These last two builds are about equally matched, both opting for the same specialization, intelligence. Parrots are an extremely unique build with several powerful abilities, not the least of which is their sonic shriek, which can drive away just about any player who invaded their territory, especially when employed by a coordinated team. In addition, due to their prehensile beak, parrots have the highest dexterity of any bird, putting them among the best users of the tool use ability. And with an extremely high lifespan, if there was any build that could replace humans if humans ever get their intelligence nerfed, I'd bet on the parrot. I made an entire video on parrots if you're interested, but when it comes to intelligence, there's one avian build that arguably outclasses them. Corvids, such as magpies, crows, and ravens, also opt for a high intelligence playstyle, but with a far more expansive social aspect to it. While plenty of bird builds use cooperative team strats, the best corvids operate using a network effect, where knowledge is shared with a huge amount of players over vast distances. This knowledge can include useful points of interest, or even blacklists of dangerous areas or players to avoid. But even individually, corvids have a lot going for them. With significantly higher stealth than parrots, corvids are much better at staying out of conflict. Their pointy beaks, while not as useful for tool use, are a much better combat tool for dealing quick damage. It's also more useful for pressuring and poking opponents, or for provoking larger players into battle, so that they can reap the benefits of the aftermath. Corvids are one of the best builds at making use of human-made items, and quickly figure out ways of abusing the system to score quick loot. All in all, corvids are basically what you'd get if you gave monkeys wings. Easily a top-tier build. So there you have it, the complete bird tier list. Or rather, as complete as I thought possible for YouTube. If I didn't do a segment on your favorite bird, please let me know in the comments. Despite being the longest video I've ever made, there were still a few birds that I cut from the video for time's sake, or because I felt I couldn't discuss the bird properly without getting into territory that was potentially too violent for YouTube. If you're interested in watching the full director's cut version of this video, it's available to watch on Nebula, a subscription streaming service built by and for creators. Nebula comes bundled for free with CuriosityStream, another awesome streaming service and longtime sponsor of the channel. CuriosityStream is home to the highest quality nonfiction content around, with several thousand documentaries available for streaming on all devices. Normally I'm always plugging their incredible dinosaur content, which they have in spades, but this time I'd like to draw attention to this great little documentary called These Birds Were Made for Walking, which does a great job explaining the process by which birds evolve flightlessness. It's super interesting, so please, head to the link in the description, pick up that sweet 26% off deal, a year's worth of CuriosityStream for less than $15, and enjoy both the extended edition of the bird tier list as well as the Walking Birds documentary. Thank you so much for watching, thanks especially to my patrons on Patreon, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Snakes are one of the most feared classes in the game, with a number of powerful builds and a vast array of uniquely lethal abilities. However, some of these strategies have clearly been more successful than others. So in this video, which was sponsored by CuriosityStream, we'll be going over the snake tier list to see which builds rank highest. But before we get into looking at specific snake builds, let's do an overview of the basic attributes and special abilities the snake faction has access to, as well as a quick rundown of the history of the snake faction. So, snakes are one of the newer factions in the game, joining the game's roster during the latter part of the Mesozoic expansion. They began as a niche offshoot of the lizard faction that was specifically adapted to burrowing gameplay. And in order to best min-max for the most efficient burrowing, this player base eventually opted to completely drop the legs attribute. This ended up being a far more successful gambit than anyone could have anticipated, as it not only granted these lizards better burrowing ability, but also opened up a bunch of other strategies to them. While the snake build first hit the scene during a metagame dominated by dinosaurs, they didn't become a huge threat in the meta until after the main dinosaur powerhouses were banned in the KT balance patch. During this chaotic post-banwave meta, snake players experimented with some crazy builds, including the giant Titanoboa build. But while Titanoboa's giant size granted it short-term success, I think the strategies that the snake player base went on to specialize in are even more effective. Fast forward to today's meta, and snakes are one of the most successful predator factions in the game, owing this success to a handful of powerful, unique abilities. The most obvious of these is slithering, the snake's unique mobility option that it gained in exchange for losing its legs. At first glance, this might seem extremely limiting, as snakes cannot jump and move more slowly than they would if they could run. And while those are significant limitations, the ability to slither does open up a lot of other options to snake mains. Rather than jumping over barriers, snakes can oftentimes find a way to slither through them. This gives snakes access to a lot of areas of the map that are normally much more difficult to access, and means things like dens, nests, and other player-constructed bases are often less effective at keeping snake players out, which makes them one of the best classes at spawn killing. Slithering also allows a comparatively large build to remain very close to the ground and benefit from the stealth bonus of even the shortest grass and foliage. Despite not having claws, snakes make for highly effective climbers, making it very difficult to ever truly get out of reach of a snake. Still, as a rushdown option, slithering tends to be too slow to reliably catch up to other players. So while snakes may not have the ability to chase you down, they've spec'd their movement kit to ensure that nowhere is ever truly safe from them, and if you let your guard down, they'll be poised to capitalize on that. A snake's basic strike is a little on the weak side for such a dangerous predator. Their bites can't deal that much damage on their own and are easily blocked by armor. It's for this reason that snakes tend to spec into various venom effects to infuse their bites with. Snake venom can have a variety of status effects, which we'll get into more as we progress through the tier list, but in general, venom greatly increases the damage potential a snake can deal with its bite. Without this, many snakes would have no means of defense and would be completely helpless when caught out in the open. Instead, snakes are one of the most feared classes in the game. But which snakes should be feared the most? For that, let's get into the tier list. So, the lower tiers on this list contain members of the snake faction known as colubrids. This is the largest group of snakes and contains almost every snake build in the game, except for the ones you're actually afraid of. Starting at the very bottom of this group, we have the garter snake, one of the weakest snake builds in the game. Data miners are actually unsure whether or not this build is venomous, but if it is, it's some of the weakest venom in the game. And with no other offensive abilities, the garter snake essentially only has favorable matchups against things far smaller than it, like frogs and mice. Because they're so vulnerable, garter snake players love to attack aquatic targets like tadpoles and small fish. But they have no actual abilities that synergize with this playstyle, nor is it a particularly good swimmer, and therefore takes on considerable risk when they venture into the water. Garter snakes are also caught in an endless loop of wasting a ton of evolution points, evolving extreme toxin resistance to the poison of a specific newt build. This isn't very efficient, but I guess the garter snake needs to preserve its few favorable matchups. Next in F tier we have the racer snake. This is a snake build that put an above average number of evolution points into mobility, making it one of the fastest snake builds in the game. That's not really saying a lot given that snakes tend to have pretty poor movement speed, but credit where credit is due, this does give them a much better chance of dashing into cover when under attack. Unfortunately, as with a lot of mobility-centric builds, this alone isn't enough to make them competitively viable. In fact, even with their above-average slithering speed, they're usually still too slow to chase down many of their preferred attack targets. They're also worse climbers than most snakes, making them one of the few snakes that can be countered by simply climbing out of reach. In almost all cases, a snake's worst matchup is against birds, and unfortunately for the racer snake, speed usually isn't much use against a surprise aerial attack. Their lack of practical applications for their signature abilities plants them firmly in F tier for me. Next on the tier list we have the vine snake. Now, there are many highly effective arboreal snake builds, and all things considered, the vine snake isn't terrible. It's got great stealth and is an excellent climber. But I mean, just look at this thing. With the lowest HP and defensive stats of any snake, this build folds to absolutely any attack. Vine snakes entrust their survival to their above average stealth stat, but if that fails and the vine snake is discovered, they resort to intimidation. Their intimidation tactic consists of sticking out their brightly colored tongue as a warning. Much like with the blue-tongued skink, I don't consider this to be a particularly effective defensive display, especially when this warning is backed by some of the weakest venom in the snake faction. Definitely not F tier due to its decent camouflage, but with nothing else going for it, it's stuck in D tier. Next in D tier we have the tiger keelback. This snake build breaks the mold when it comes to toxic strategies in snakes, as rather than dumping all of its evolution points into venom, the keelback also allocates some of its resources into becoming poisonous, meaning that they can inflict the toxic status effect both when dealing damage and when taking damage. This extra defensive ability definitely raises the keelback's ranking compared to most colobrid snakes. However, overall it's still not that great. Both their venom and their poison aren't all that potent, and it's possible that going all in on one of these strategies might have been the better play in the long run. Still, the keelback strategy does mitigate one of the colobrid faction's main weaknesses though, which is that they have a hard time using their venom defensively. Many colobrids, including the vine snake and keelback, are venomous. This is useful because, I mean, how else would a snake barely thicker than a piece of spaghetti deal any damage, right? The problem is, colobrids lack the efficient venom delivery abilities found in the more dangerous snake builds. Their fangs are located at the back of their mouths, and these fangs don't actually inject venom. The venom is just kind of part of their saliva, so to deal any damage with it, they need to really chew on their target for a good chunk of time. As you might expect, this makes individual strikes from most venomous colobrids quite harmless, as they don't contain much venom per hit, and they also can't really use their fangs unless they get a really solid bite in. So the keelback's poison does sort of cover for this weakness, which is great, and for that it gets to the top of D tier. However, a defensive poison is by no means the only way to mitigate the drawbacks of having rear fangs, as we'll see as we move out of the low tier and into mid tier. At the bottom of C tier we have the Boomslang, the most venomous snake build from the colobrid faction. This snake kinda just does everything the vine snake does, but better. It's an excellent climber and has great camouflage, but also packs a devastating bite with extremely overpowered venom for its tier in terms of potency. And while it does have rear fangs, they're significantly larger than most colobrids. But its best adaptation is that the Boomslang can open its mouth far wider than most snakes, allowing it to deliver a venom-infused bite in spite of the unfavorable location of its fangs. This allows the Boomslang to go toe-to-toe with high-tier builds like the Chameleon, as well as let it use its potent venom as a defensive threat rather than solely just a hunting tool. Now obviously this is still far from ideal. Its venom is quite slow acting, making it not that useful when under attack. In my opinion, the Boomslang is the perfect example of a snake that really just needs one or two more buffs to be a high tier build, but in its current state it just doesn't quite get there. At the top of C tier we have our last member of the colobrid faction, the King Snake. The King Snake is a large snake build with no venom based abilities. Instead, this is the first Constrictor build on our list. Constriction is a type of grappling attack that, when properly executed, results in a guaranteed KO, even on extremely large targets. Its main drawback is that this attack strategy is highly vulnerable to disruption. A Constrictor player has to be able to survive all counterattacks from its target while attempting to restrain it. So with that said, you'd think it'd be very difficult to use this technique against a venomous snake, right? Snakes are so flexible that it's very difficult to grapple them without giving them an easy opportunity to bite back. That's where the king snake's second ability, Venom Resistance, comes in. The ability to ignore all damage from a snake's venom makes the king snake's matchup against other snakes horribly one-sided. Just for good measure, king snakes have high enough accuracy on their attacks that they tend to go for the head, which negates a snake's counterattack potential even further. This is about where the king snake's supremacy ends though, as the rest of its matchups are pretty standard for a snake, and with no venom of its own, it doesn't pose much of a threat to players it can't reliably immobilize in its coils. Luckily, there's a pretty simple change a Constrictor build can make in order to increase the effectiveness of its constriction: size. Boas and pythons are the poster children for this type of strategy, being the only snake builds that can be properly classified as tanks. While technically these are two different factions, they are functionally extremely similar and both contain specific examples of highly effective tanky snakes. Although boas and pythons have no venom, their large teeth and incredibly high physical stats make them more than a match for just about any player that challenges them directly. With their thick scales and huge size, it's very difficult to defeat one of these in a 1v1 quickly. Their ability to tank a lot of hits during a fight means that even extremely powerful builds like the Tiger are in for quite an uphill battle if they choose to stand and fight. Well-statted builds with high defense and DPS, like the Crocodilian factions, are easily overcome with brute strength once a boa or python uses their piercing fangs and powerful coils to trap them in an infinite grab combo. Drawbacks to the constriction strategy are vulnerability to third-party attacks and the immense cost of failed kills.
Yoink.
While many constrictors have the size required to challenge other large builds, going after too powerful a target can expend a disproportionate amount of HP compared to other snakes. As large builds are often more conspicuous, the most successful Constrictor players will make good use of the camouflage ability. Out of the Boa faction, the most powerful build is without a doubt the Anaconda. These are among the heaviest of any snake and by far the tankiest, with an HP stat that renders most physical attacks almost negligible. While Anacondas are significantly less viable on land due to their greatly reduced speed on terrestrial maps, their mobility, stealth, and camouflage bonuses in the aquatic meta make them nearly unbeatable in that biome. Anacondas are capable of serious speed when their buoyancy abilities can counteract the limitations of their enormous size, making nearly any unsuspecting player who enters the water an easy target. Their eyes and noses are oriented towards the top of their faces, allowing them to expend minimal energy while camouflaged in aquatic vegetation, waiting for the perfect opportunity to carry out an ambush attack. Despite their formidable base stats and proficiency in highly specialized forms of gameplay, the fact that Anacondas are only truly viable in aquatic environments limits their utility and places them squarely in B tier. The most competitive build in the Python faction is the Burmese Python. While many snake builds are competitively viable only on certain maps that suit their specialized abilities, Burmese Pythons fit into more of a jack-of-all-trades playstyle and have sufficient mobility in aquatic, terrestrial, and arboreal biomes, in spite of their large size. Burmese Pythons are therefore excellent generalist builds, and as seen with many other generalists, they have been causing serious disruption in servers that they weren't meant to be spawning in. Burmese Pythons have totally destabilized the meta of the Florida Everglades, due mostly to the Python's extremely one-sided matchup against non-social mammal builds, and a lack of the type of builds that normally keep the Python player base in check. Now, thankfully, the current top tier of the Everglades is quite capable of defeating or repelling a Python in single combat, but because the alligator's dominance is restricted to the aquatic zones, Pythons essentially have complete control of the arboreal zone, which has led to a drastic reduction in players running mammal builds like the rabbit, raccoon, fox, and bobcat. While Burmese Pythons come in at the top of B tier due to their versatility, their low speed stat and lack of venom makes higher tier snakes much more viable choices for most gameplay styles. While some snake builds in lower tiers can use the venom skill, placement in A tier or higher rides almost exclusively on choosing to dump a majority of evolution points into maximizing venom efficiency and delivery methods. Members of the Viper class dominate the A tier. Among the most feared builds in the game, Vipers have a variety of special offensive and sensory skills that help compensate for their generally low defense stats. Their long, hollow fangs are placed at the front of their mouths and can pierce most armor to deliver lethal doses of venom. But one drawback to the flesh-destroying hemotoxins used by most builds in this group is that they can take a while to immobilize players. Most Viper builds also spec into the infrared heat sensing ability, making them extremely powerful nocturnal ambush attackers and compensating for their lack of speed. Some members of the Viper faction tack on tail adaptations too, for access to the intimidation and luring abilities, but these perks are minor compared to their raw offensive potential. Coming in at the bottom of A tier are Gaboon Vipers, combining the highest defense stat of any Venomous build, with near unbeatable stealth and an incredibly high strike speed. Despite their bulky appearance, Gaboon Vipers are almost invisible to spot during gameplay, and are notorious for destroying unsuspecting players due to the sheer volume of venom delivered during an attack, despite their relatively underpowered toxicity compared to other Vipers. With the longest fangs of any Viper, they can deal significant physical piercing damage in addition to any toxic effects caused by the venom. They conserve energy by remaining motionless when not in combat, and are rather difficult to provoke into unnecessary confrontation. While Gaboon Vipers are an excellent choice for ambush-based play in jungle maps, their lack of versatility and low aggression means they can be easily outmaneuvered by other builds. Cottonmouths rank slightly higher in A tier due to their rare ability to use the skill set of the Viper class effectively in the aquatic realm. As the only Viper build in the game with aquatic adaptations, their potent venom and fishhook-shaped fangs make them incredibly effective at farming out fish and frog players for easy XP. This build specs into the Caudal luring ability at lower levels, allowing them to quickly become competitive, and shed this ability at higher levels in favor of better camouflage. Cottonmouths are also relatively tanky and escape many combat situations by using intimidation tactics. Their dominance in aquatic maps makes them able to occasionally overcome more competitive generalist builds, but this is limited by biome and therefore not useful during the majority of gameplay. Rounding out A tier is the Rattlesnake. Best suited for desert and forest biomes, these snakes combine a variety of overpowered special abilities with well-allocated base stats. Rattlesnakes are highly capable builds for ambush-based stealth play due to their ability to create thermal maps of other players in low-visibility situations, which makes them one of the most effective counters for mammal players with the night vision ability. Instead of risking health by grappling with other players, rattlesnakes deliver a lethal amount of venom in one quick strike, and then use their prey tracking ability to find them after they've succumbed to toxic status effects. One major advantage for rattlesnake players is the highly effective rattle intimidation technique, which allows them to scare off more powerful challengers without wasting venom or risking serious damage. While rattlesnakes sit at the top of A tier due to their relatively well-rounded stats among members of the Viper class, all Viper builds are still classified as glass cannons and tend to lose out against opponents with quicker acting venom, superior speed, or high enough HP to tank their attacks. Snake builds placing in S tier overcome the weaknesses of other venom users by maxing out mobility stats and employing a variety of highly effective venom delivery techniques. The most competitively viable snakes spec into heavily neurotoxic venom, granting them the ability to inflict toxic damage and status effects far more quickly than lower tier venom users. While these buffs come at the cost of base defense, S tier snakes are only really weak to the rare few players with venom resistance or effective bite evasion skills. Coming up first in S tier is the Cobra build. With impressive base speed, these snakes can actively chase down other players rather than having to solely rely on an ambush strategy. Variants of the Cobra build can spec into moderate aquatic and climbing proficiency, allowing for particularly well-rounded gameplay. Their fast-acting venom is mostly neurotoxic, but can have mixed toxic effects that melt through flesh and maximize the amount of pain inflicted. Even elephant players, the tankiest terrestrial build in the entire game, can be taken down by the ridiculous amount of sheer toxic damage inflicted by a well-placed bite. While all Cobra builds have forward-placed fangs to maximize venom delivery, Spitting Cobra players can use the only ranged attack in the entire snake class by spraying venom up to 2 meters through holes at the front of their fangs. This move has high accuracy and can permanently blind other players when used effectively. Cobra builds advertise their power by using a unique hood modification, intimidating the vast majority of players away from trying to challenge them in the first place. With enough offensive capabilities to take on an entire team of attackers at once, it's no question that Cobras are one of the most competitively viable builds in the Snake faction. Next in S tier are Sea Snakes. With full aquatic adaptations and special underwater sensory skills, these builds can access hard-to-reach areas to demolish even the most competitive fish players. Their fangs are relatively small compared to the closely related Cobra builds, but this works in conjunction with a special attack style. Their venom is some of the deadliest in the game, but causes almost no pain, meaning that other players may not even know they've been hit before fatal toxic damage sets in. While they are effective at using trickster tactics to take down enemies independently, Sea Snake players can also hunt in teams to capitalize on their own offensive potential and compensate for their low individual HP. This build does have a bit of a high skill floor though, and inexperienced players may struggle at playing around the Sea Snake's defensive weaknesses. The Sea Snake build has a unique playstyle that can be hard to master, but with the ability to 1v1 eels and win, this build sits at the top for those who enjoy a challenge. The final build on this tier list is the Black Mamba. With incredibly overpowered base stats for their class, including ridiculous damage and speed, the Black Mamba is by far the most competitive snake, both in terrestrial and arboreal combat situations. Their speed isn't just with respect to movement. The lethal venom of the Black Mamba takes effect extremely quickly, and can decimate enemies of any size due to the high dose delivered in each bite. Black Mamba venom imposes a variety of neurological status effects, including respiratory failure and vision loss, making them one of the most feared opponents in direct combat. Mamba builds have an extremely aggressive and fast-paced playstyle that leaves little room for counterplay, especially considering that their HP and defense stats are among the highest of any Venom users due to their large size. While they don't have any unique moves to speak of, Black Mambas dominate by using strategies common among Snake players, and do so to an exceptionally effective degree. Topping the charts with the highest DPS potential of any Snake, and respectable defensive skills to boot, the Black Mamba is the undisputed ruler of Snake builds. Snakes are by no means meta-defining, but it's still worth knowing how they stack up against each other and what their main strengths and weaknesses are. There's a lot more to snakes than just their general combat abilities though. How do snakes deal with cold damage? How can snakes climb trees so easily without claws or cling pads? If you're really interested in knowing all the ins and outs of the snake build, I highly recommend checking out this video's sponsor, CuriosityStream. They have this excellent documentary called The Secret Lives of Snakes, which answers a lot of questions I didn't even know I had about snakes. It goes into way more depth than I have time for here on YouTube. And hey, speaking of videos that don't fit neatly into my YouTube channel, did you know that I have a Nebula series called Let's Play Outside? It's my take on Let's Play style content. I just released a new episode featuring the cheetah as my main, but I also have some old episodes featuring a few dinosaurs, as well as one where I main the mantid fly. CuriosityStream is normally $20 a year, but I do have a special deal just for Tiers reviewers. 26% off the annual membership, and it comes bundled for free with Nebula, meaning you can get access to dozens of high-quality documentaries, plus a whole bunch of awesome original videos from dozens of great YouTubers, like Real Life Lore, Low Spec Gamer, Real Engineering, and Lessons from the Screenplay. Oh, and also me, all for only $14.79 a year. So don't miss out on the best deal in streaming. Head to the link in the description or go to curiositystream.com/tierzu to get started. Thank you so much for watching. Big thanks to my very patient patrons on Patreon. Seriously, sorry it took so long. I promise future videos will come out quicker. Anyways, thanks again, and until next time, good luck out there.
So you're going to take off in that direction?
Yeah, and be running away with the wind a bit.
All right. So I'm going to say this is not a normal video, at which point you go, and I'm just going to keep shouting at the camera. You ready? 3, 2, 1. This is not going to be a normal video. We're sending garlic bread to the edge of space!
A rare hunter reappears in the Bohemian forest. For over 100 years, he had disappeared. But now, he is very much a force to be reckoned with. There is an ample selection of prey, and room for the children to play. The European lynx is on top of things again, even if not every attempt succeeds. Better luck next time. For 5 long months, the Bohemian forest lies under a blanket of snow a meter thick. It is one of the coldest regions in Central Europe. Located at the transition from a maritime to a continental climate, it is often reached by clouds from the Atlantic. The moisture they bring crystallizes in the early morning cold to create wonderful shapes. Almost every day, an ice-cold wind whistles over the plateaus. The handsome lynx male does not feel the cold, thanks to his dense protective fur coat. Every day he patrols his territory. Are there any other males around? Is there a female nearby? He leaves a spurt of urine to show others that this is his territory. In the crisp snow, it's not easy to hunt silently, even if one has such large, soft paws. But his potential prey has the same problem. This little chap isn't a pine marten for nothing. Up in the slim branches, he has nothing to fear from a 25-kilo predator. The hunter would have no problem on the trunk, but he wouldn't stand a chance of catching the agile lightweight. A male can cover several hundred square kilometers, depending on the food supply. It partially overlaps that of a female lynx. These two have already mated and are now carefully avoiding each other again. But the female is not alone. Her children from last year's litter are waiting for her. The siblings' relationship is still harmonious, and that will not change until they become sexually mature. The mother lynx still regularly visits her young brood. They're inquisitive. Has Mum brought something nice with her? A typical cat-like greeting. The lynx has not made a new kill, but knows where she hid the remains of the last one. Every 2 to 3 days, she has to have a successful hunt, otherwise she and her grown children will go hungry. Lynxes are pure carnivores and make no exceptions. Always clean your paws after dinner. They are, after all, a cat's most important tools. The Bohemian forest extends across the border for 120 kilometers along the border between the Czech Republic and Bavaria. Some of the valleys are hardly accessible to humans. There is plenty of space for large predators. In contrast to the lynxes that were reintroduced into the wild, the wolves have found their own way here. Since the 1980s, they've often been sighted on the Czech side. In 2017, a pack of wolves produced their first young on the German side, in the Bavarian Forest National Park. After the hunt, the pack, made up of parents and their young from the last 2 years, come together at the resting place. The 2-year-old youngsters will soon break away and look for a territory and a partner elsewhere. The thaw does not set in until May. Now the stage is set for the black grouse to make their entrance. The aim is to impress the females. In springtime every year, the male black grouse meet at their traditional lek in the Weitfellerfields, the largest wetland area in the Bohemian forest. This is where they fight for supremacy. Most of it is only show. They will seldom injure each other. The older and stronger a male is, the closer his territory will be to the center of the lek, and he will defend it fiercely. The females watch the spectacle disdainfully at first, and then respond to the strongest males. Every morning, the wood anemones reach up towards the sun. These early bloomers have to make the most of the time available. Soon, the leafy canopy of the trees will stop the light reaching the ground. For many, food now becomes more plentiful, but not necessarily for all. Squirrels are particularly fond of such seed delicacies as acorns and beechnuts, but they will have to wait a long time for those. And most of the birds whose nests they will often raid have no young yet. so they make use of their numerous stocks they hid in the autumn. Since they often forget some of these, they unwittingly provide new tree growth, which is the food source for their own offspring. Spring is the time for blossoms and baby animals. In a wild boar sounder, with a well-functioning social network, the sows will give birth at almost the same time in spring. The newborn squeakers form kindergartens and do not only play with their own siblings. Play fighting is particularly popular. This is how they safely practice what will later be serious fighting for the best sows. The squeakers appear to be highly noticeable through their stripes, but in the woods, they are perfectly camouflaged among the vegetation. The mother suckles her young for up to 10 weeks. But after only 3 weeks, they will start to dig up roots, seeds, and fungi. A hierarchy develops quickly among the squeakers, and each has its own teat. A bit awkward if someone's in the way. Countless streams flow through the Bohemian forest, including the source stream of the famous Vltava River. Now, in spring, they are abundantly fed by meltwater. For the female lynx, water is only for drinking. As a typical cat, she will not voluntarily go in, although she can swim quite well. Did she hear something? With her conspicuous tufted ears, the female lynx has excellent hearing. Whether the tufts of hair actually contribute to this, however, is still her secret. She has moved away from her young and is looking for a suitable hiding place where she can give birth to her next offspring. This might work. Others have already got their family together. This fox cub left the burrow for the first time a few days ago. Everything's totally new to him. The others do not dare to go so far yet. Very early on, young foxes develop their own individual characters. The vixen takes great care that no parasites take up residence in her little one's fur. But there are evidently some in the fox family that don't like the idea of washing too much. With her 6 cubs, the mother certainly has her paws full. She's obviously well able to exert her authority. And the next, please. A little closer to the burrow would be safer, although the fox cub is already too big for the boreal owl. The little owl has chosen a vacant black woodpecker's nesting chamber to rear its young. As with most owls, the chicks hatch at intervals of some days, so they are now of different sizes. The partners keep in contact with each other by calling. As long as the chicks are still young, both partners take care of the offspring. The female, however, often hunts only for herself, whilst the father makes sure the chicks are fed. How many eggs the female owl will lay depends on how well fed she is. This must have been a moderately good mousing year if she has 4 chicks. Members of the vole family make up over 50% of their food. Small birds, like here, are more rarely hunted. Mice can find plenty of hiding places in the Bohemian forest, but they must always be on their guard. The mother lynx can hear a mouse from 50 meters away. Almost nothing escapes these eyes. For a grown lynx, a mouse is just a snack. Normally the mother lynx will be hunting larger prey, like roe deer or young red deer. But at the moment, every bite counts, because she has a few exhausting hours ahead of her. For the birth of her young, the lynx has moved into the cave that she selected a few days ago. The birth is a painful process for her too. But the only sign of this is that she licks her lips. The mother immediately massages the newborn with her tongue to initiate breathing. And then the second one arrives. But that's all. A mother lynx can only raise more than 3 kittens with considerable difficulty. She is on her own. The father lynx does not participate in family life. One floor up, and some other cave children are already significantly further in their development. But Dad's hotel is very comfortable. Suddenly, there's no stopping the young spotted woodpecker. In the first days of the lynx baby's life, the mother rarely leaves the cave, but hunger sometimes gets the better of her. The kittens can neither see nor hear, but they can feel. They can sense the proximity of their sibling very well. When the mother's not there, they have to warm each other. The grey owl chicks are now fledglings. They will not change their dark plumage until the late summer, when they will look like their parents. For some time, the father will care for them. The female has left the family and is perhaps starting another brood with another partner. After a short time, the female lynx returns from her hunt. The kittens spend most of the time sleeping, but their mother's scent wakes them up. Time for some milk, perhaps? The lynx's cave is not far away from Königsfilz, the most extensive moorland lake in the Bohemian forest. It covers over 1 hectare and is famous for its floating mat islands. This is home to a very special hunter. The sundew. Ready to strike at a moment's notice. Its tentacle-lined leaves are deadly traps. Attracted by the sugary, shimmering secretion that looks like dew, insects are caught on the sticky tentacles, and the trap snaps shut. The secretion of carnivorous plants contains digestive enzymes. In a few hours, only the empty exoskeleton of the victims will remain. Thanks to the numerous rocky outcrops that provide shelter and protection, the Bohemian forest is also home to the lynx's smaller cousin, the wildcat. As a precaution, the tawny owl keeps an eye on it, although that little hunter cannot really harm her. During the day, the wildcat hunts the same prey as the owl at night, mice. The fact that the cautious cat hunts in an open meadow shows that she feels safe in the sparsely populated woods and meadows. Of course, one mouse is not enough for her. She has to catch up to 10 a day to satisfy her hunger. Like the lynx, the wildcat stalks its prey and then attacks it from an ambush position. It only hunts animals that are noticeably smaller than itself. In the Bohemian forest, the wildcat has little to fear from its worst enemy, humans, and always finds plenty to eat in its hunting ground. Wherever it feels safe, it prefers to hunt during the day, which means it keeps clear of wolves and lynxes. They are a serious source of danger. The lynx would have no difficulty stalking unnoticed in the dense cover of the forest. The larger cat usually hunts during dusk and at night, but if she has young that need regular warming and feeding, that is often not enough. She will resort to more unusual ways if her fine senses indicate a potential source of food. The dormouse's choice of an old woodpecker's nest was a wise one. The lynx cannot get its paw in there, and the little mouse can curl up and go back to sleep. The lynx babies are now 2.5 weeks old and can see and hear. Like their parents, they are descendants of the animals that were resettled in the Bohemian forest in the 1970s and 80s. The lynx was wiped out a long time ago in Europe. It managed to hold out longest in the Bohemian forest until the second half of the 19th century. Then, the last of them was eradicated there as well. Ants, well able to put up a fight. And that young wryneck is no alternative either. Too much hard work. Rather than go hungry, the lynx settles for the ants. A week later, and the kittens still relish the warmth of each other's bodies. Harmony still rules, and the brother's main purpose in life is as a cuddly teddy. In the Königswild's moorland, temperatures indicate we are in early summer. The dragonflies are in their usual yin and yang mating position. This is the only way they can mate, because the sexual organs of the females and males are in completely different places. Others are already laying the fertilized eggs. The most important task of their lives has now been accomplished. As adults, they will normally only live a few weeks. The offspring will now develop slowly over several years in the water before finally coming onto the land and hatching out of their larval skin. At the age of about 5 weeks, the lynx kittens are developing and extending their playful activities. An important change is due to happen soon. They are about to see the great wide world for the first time. Very wobbly and both curious and afraid, it's good to be near the mother. This kitten has made a surprising discovery. There are other animals than just lynxes. Even though this neighbor poses no danger to her young, the lynx plays it safe and fetches the adventurous kittens back before they wander too far away. Typical of kittens, this one immediately goes into dorsal immobility mode. This behavior is innate and prevents the baby from injury from his mother's teeth if he moved. Stay here? There's just so much to discover. The lynx sharpens its claws on rough surfaces, the same as domestic cats. When hunting, the paws must be able to grab and hold. The Bohemian forest, with its numerous lakes, is home to many species of game, ideal for a cautious hunter like the lynx that prefers not to hunt in the open. This doe has become separated from the herd and could become the next victim. After roe deer, red deer are the most common prey of the lynx. On the other hand, a lynx is reluctant to take on badgers because despite being smaller and their awkward appearance, they are very aggressive. The badger's young, too, are exploring outside the burrow, or set. Repairs and extensions are a constant worry. Badger sets are often extremely extensive and serve the animals for many generations as dwellings. In the meantime, the wildcat has become a mother too. Hello, what's that? Just a harmless insect. Wildcats like to settle near streams or rivers, so they never have far to go to have a drink. Just 2 weeks old, and the little kittens feel insecure when their mother is away. She won't stay out in the forest for long, but just like the lynx, she has to take care of herself every now and then. The baby tawny owl could indeed be at her mercy. And he has, in fact, been discovered, albeit by a rather different hunter. The owlet now demonstrates one of his skills. This is a spectacle that one does not see every day. The owlet cannot fly yet, but to make up for that, he's a very capable climber. Tough luck for the baby lynx. One might be forgiven for thinking the owlet is saying, "Serves you right." So what? I wasn't really interested anyway. The mother lynx will suckle her babies for 2 or 3 months, which ensures that they develop well. They are now 7 weeks old. On the German side, in the Bavarian forest, lies the Große Arbersee Lake, a unique natural oasis in a mountainous region. One particular inhabitant frequently leaves his unmistakable trademark here. The beaver. A beaver's teeth are sharp and grow continuously, and it will chisel away at the trunk until the tree falls. This one has managed a lot in the past months. With the branches, the beaver builds its lodge, the entrance of which is always underwater. This means it can come and go unseen. Water is the beaver's home, and its body is ideally adapted to it. Its flat, scaly tail was at one time almost its undoing. The Catholic Church declared the beaver to be a fish, which meant it could be eaten during Lent. In addition, 200 years ago, this large rodent was considered the king of fur animals. It has no less than 23,000 hairs per square centimetre, so the fur is denser than most. At the beginning of the 19th century, 500,000 beaver skins were sold in London alone every year. As a result, beavers had disappeared in many places by the early 1990s. The Lord of the Lodge is a pure vegetarian. As long as it finds green, it doesn't have to cut down trees. It only creates rafts from branches and small tree trunks in the winter, and then lives off the bark. It also builds dams with branches and twigs to keep the water level constant. Beavers only feel really safe in the water. Beavers live in family groups, parents with their young going back several years. The ancestors of these animals either came from the Czech Republic to the Alveus Lake or via the Danube and Regen rivers as descendants of beavers resettled on the Danube. They spread out as the juveniles move away. As soon as they are sexually mature, they set off to look elsewhere for a territory and a partner. If the neighboring beaver territories are occupied, they will cover considerable distances. In this way, this large rodent is in the process of reconquering large parts of Germany. Beavers are monogamous, stay faithful to each other throughout their lives, and have a tender relationship to each other. This juvenile tends to keep at a distance and will soon go off into the big wide world. The floating mat in this lake has no link to the bottom of the lake, but is attached to the land. If it is not removed, like it was at the end of the 19th century, the Alveus Lake will, at some point, disappear completely under the mat. There has been a decisive change in the lynx family lifestyle. Now 3 months old, the lynx babies have acquired a taste for meat. They even begrudge their mother her share and gobble up as much as possible. Who knows when the next meal will be? Just a little further away, and the lynx family can no longer be seen. Rocks and deadwood provide hiding places that are completely missing in monocultures. Even the extensive badger family can go about their business unnoticed, unless they give themselves away. The youngsters have grown considerably and are always ready for some rough and tumble. Badgers' sets are frequently home to several related families peacefully living together, real multi-generational homes. In the summer, the best thing to do at lunchtime is have a nap. But a real wild boar will find something much better. A mud bath. There are good reasons for boars to wallow in moist mud. Due to their thick layers of fat and coarse hair, they can quickly overheat and have to take remedial action in time. The mud bath also helps to remove parasites. When the mud dries and drops off, it will take many a parasite with it. The main thing, though, is to be as happy as a pig in muck. This small woodland inhabitant plays a crucial role. Without it and its relatives, this whole scene would be barren. Despite cleaning itself, the bumblebee has already carried sufficient pollen from plant to plant. Fortunately, the best-known bees, the honeybees, do not have to do all the work. In Germany, there are over 560 bee species and about 40 bumblebee species. The clamping mechanism of the delphinium has one simple purpose: to apply pollen to the insect as it sucks the nectar. Originally, almost the entire area of the border mountains was forested. Most bees and butterflies could not have lived there. During cultivation, the ancient forests were cleared. But today, these open spaces fulfill an important ecological function and have enriched the region with many species. The shy wildcat also loves the variation between dense forest and open meadow. Her offspring are now 8 weeks old and very playful. In comparison with lynx kittens, baby wildcats develop relatively fast. They stay with their mother until they are at least 5 months old. The wildcat family shows the natural habitat in the Bohemian forest is still relatively intact. Here, the wildcat mother can raise her children in safety. In many places, wildcats have disappeared because they cannot cope in purely cultural landscapes and human settlements. The habitat has been able to develop undisturbed mainly because, during the Cold War, the Iron Curtain passed through today's national park. In places where dead wood is left alone, fungi have the opportunity to develop. Most of the organisms that are neither animals nor plants are hidden. In early autumn, however, the mushrooms and toadstools appear within a few days. Then they release their spores, sometimes faster than you expect. The key word in the forest now is reproduction. By contrast, most of the animals' nurseries have now been abandoned. The 3 juvenile lynxes from last year are still keeping together. In the meantime, they have learned to take care of themselves, and they no longer see their mother. The male boreal owl has fulfilled his paternal duty and can take care of himself. These 3 siblings will not stay together for much longer. Male cats are sexually mature after 36 months. Females, somewhat earlier. This is when the animals will separate to lead their own independent lives. Perhaps they will find territories in the Bohemian forest. Perhaps they will migrate into other regions, like many others before them. Quiet times have arrived for the wolves. This year's youngsters are already grown and almost independent, but will stay with their parents for more than a year to help raise the pups next spring. There is already no visible difference between them and their parents. The forest provides an ideal breeding ground for fungi. They cannot photosynthesize like plants, but must, like animals, absorb nutrients from the soil, dead wood, and living organisms. Even fungi have their enemies. The great red slugs make inroads into them, and not at a snail's pace either. In the Bohemian forest, this rare slug still has a chance against its almost identical competitor, the Spanish slug, which is spreading almost everywhere on arable land. But there is no let-up for the bank vole. Even at higher levels, it's not safe from the lynx. This time, though, the predator is left empty-handed. Now, autumn is in full swing. The streams fill with rainwater and bring a magical touch to the forest with numerous waterfalls. The lynx youngsters have made good progress. They are now 6 months and are practicing creeping and sprinting. Their mother is now able to disappear for longer periods and take care of her own well-being. However, the youngsters are still really children, playful and inexperienced. They will stay at least another half a year with their mother. They have a lot to learn before they're as smart as she is. At some point, however, they will leave on their silent paws and conquer their own territory, somewhere in the Bohemian forest, in this vast forest of the lynxes. The
cornfield? Just an area for producing food? Or a land full of secrets? Why are some cornfield inhabitants harmful and others useful? What do the colourful flowers at the edge of the field promise us? In winter, the cornfield looks like a strange extraterrestrial landscape. In the Western industrial nations, cornfields and woods take up the greatest proportion of rural land. But how much natural life dwells in what now seems like a desert? The hare was originally a steppe animal, but he also feels at home on a bare field. It's mating time now in the early spring. The bucks race at speeds of 70 kilometers per hour in an attempt to impress and win over a doe. About 1 meter deep in the ground, a hamster doe is dozing in her burrow. She's hibernated throughout the time in which the untilled cornfield resembled a desert. Above, the first arrivals, such as common toads and golden ground beetles, are appearing on the still bare field. For many animals, a field is a kind of no man's land, just waiting to be conquered. The days are growing longer, and the sloes along the edge of the field take on a white veil, just like the old cherry tree at the other side of the field. Close by, the hamster doe is busy removing the hardened clod of earth she used last autumn to seal off the inside of her burrow. The winter reserves are almost used up. It's time for her to make her way up to the surface. It's still almost impossible for the hamster doe to find anything edible on the bare, clodded earth. It's a tough time for her. When the cherry tree is in full bloom, the field horsetails shoot up out of the soil. The cone-shaped tips of the shoots bear ripening spores, which will later be carried away by the wind. After this unsuccessful trip to the surface, the hamster doe returns to her fortress. There are turbulent times ahead of her. Within a few hours, the appearance of the hamster's habitat has changed. During the sowing, 300 grain seeds were dropped into each square meter of soil. Just 14 days later, an army of seedlings shoot upwards. Within a few days, the bald field has turned into a green field. All types of grain are a kind of grass. This means that the cornfield is actually a grassland, and therefore a steppe, formed by humans. The old cherry tree is standing in an ocean of seedlings, with an increasing number of animals romping between them. It's now worthwhile for the hamster doe to leave the safe burrow. While the quail parents are busy with a dust bath, the hungry hamster doe sniffs an opportunity. Such calorie bombs are just what she needs, because she has to build herself up for the exhausting time ahead of mating and rearing her young. Like the hares, the pheasants are also turning their attention now to searching for a mate. The red, swollen wattles on their faces and their excited fluttering are expected to work wonders. A hamster buck is on his way in the field and has picked up the scent of the hamster doe down in her burrow. Hamsters are actually solitary animals and tend to be aggressive to each other. However, they now approach each other cautiously and accept each other straight away. The hamsters mate dozens of times to make sure they really will produce offspring. Exhausted, they both fall asleep. Hamsters tolerate this togetherness for only a few days a year. Within just a few weeks, field crops have developed out of the tiny seedlings. While the grain is growing, the pests thrive too. These include the grain aphid, which rank among a farmer's main enemies because they can spread out as if from an explosion and infest entire fields. However, the farmers do have an ally in the fight against the army of sap-sucking insects. A single ladybird can exterminate up to 40,000 aphids in his lifetime. Where such beneficial organisms are allowed to increase without interference, there is no need for the chemical cudgel. The Germanic tribes of old revered the useful ladybird. At that time, it was not yet dedicated to Our Lady, the Mother of God, but called the little Freya bird, after the highest Germanic goddess. No small bird, but an imposing bird of prey is the Montagu's harrier. On a dirt track, the male harrier woos a female, In the end, the object of his desire succumbs high in the air, when in the middle of a skillful flight maneuver, he presents a field mouse to her as a wedding gift. Nowadays we have very few large meadow areas that are left unmown until the summer. For that reason, the Montagu's harriers breed in cornfields now. The larger the field, the better. Predators have little chance of finding their nests here. The landscape around the old cherry tree has donned its summer dress. As far as the eye can see, there are cornfields at different stages of ripeness. Where no weed killers are used, the fields present themselves not just in a simple shade of green, but with a host of colourful flowers. Night-flowering catchfly, common mallow, Johnny Jump, pimpernel, cornflower, Venus's looking glass, corn cockle. They've all adapted to a life in the sea of grass formed by human hand. The most well-known flower in the field is perhaps the red poppy, a flower that holds plenty of promise. Only when this bright red flower is blooming on field balks can a creature exist which at first will change the appearance of the poppy blossoms completely. This visitor is an extremely rare insect, the poppy mason bee. She searches for particular poppy blossoms and cuts fingernail-sized pieces out of them. Back in her brood cell, she unrolls the small ball of petals and works them into the wall lining, and so a nursery in red velvet emerges. Other animals are interested in poppy flowers too. The field hamsters consider the red blossoms a delicacy. The hamster doe enjoys the first one she picks straight away. And then stuffs some more poppy blossoms into her cheek pouches. On each side of their mouths, the hamsters have a cheek pouch, which serves as a carrier bag when they search for food in the forest of stalks, through which the short-sighted rodents find their way by relying on their sense of smell. The poppy mason bee does hard labor. The stone that fell into the brood cell is 3 times as heavy as she is herself. The lump of rock has to be taken out so that she can bring flower pollen, which the larvae will eat later. Finally, the bee removes the dried up pieces of poppy, which have projected outwards like a frill, and uses them to close off the earth tube. She still has to close off the entrance, so her offspring can grow up well protected and supplied with food. A poppy mason bee can do no more for her young. In German, the colourful field cow wheat is called Wachtelweizen, or quail wheat in English, because of the common quail's liking for its seeds. It's rare, as are a lot of others in this remarkable cornfield. The young hamster pups are very lively. Although they're only 1 day old, they keep their mother on the go. Again and again the hamster doe has to round up the little runaways and tidy up the insulating nest. A creeping thistle in the rye is a meeting place for very special field inhabitants. The creeping thistle gallfly needs the prickly plant, because only there does it live and multiply. The pretty flies with their zigzag wing designs do mating dances in front of the females and try to impress other males with their threatening gestures. This sometimes leads to actual wrestling. The thistle also serves as a habitat for small spiders, who are particularly fond of hunting for flies. The hunter and the hunted face each other. However, contrary to what one would expect, the gallfly doesn't flee. The effect of the zigzag pattern on its wings becomes evident now. The spider thinks they are the legs of an overpowering rival, sees in the courageous gallfly another larger spider, and retreats. The 4-day-old hamster offspring have already donned a brightly coloured downy hair. Although they're still blind, they're interested in everything their mother brings to them. As early as thousands of years ago, people cultivated many different kinds of grain from wild grasses. An important characteristic of this commercially grown grass is that the ripe seeds do not fall out of the ears by themselves. This means a lot more work for the sparrows and gives the farmer a chance to harvest the crops. This is not the case with the wild plants, such as the poppy. The poppy blossoms for just a short time. Only a few days after coming into bloom, it loses its beauty. As the fruit capsules ripen and dry up, they open at the top like small pepper shakers. The flower stems that were pliable before have now become hard and wiry, With every gust of wind, hundreds of poppy seeds fall out of a shaker onto the ground. They roll into every crack and wait there for good germination conditions in the following year. The colourful splendour of the blossoms in the cornfield depends therefore primarily on the selection of seeds which have survived the winter in the ground. Some come from far away, like the dandelion seeds on their little parachutes. Harvester ants feed on plant seeds which they drag into their nest in strenuous travel up and down hills. Most of the seeds disappear into the ants' stocks as food supply for times of scarcity. Heaps of cornflower, poppy and dandelion seeds. That is one reason why most field flowers produce such enormous quantities of seeds. Although the first grain fields around the old cherry tree are ripe, the hamster's stocks are almost empty. She has to look for other food. In the sea of ears of corn, there is more to be found than just seeds of grain. The bush cricket's green camouflage doesn't help her. In the fields around the hamster's burrow, there is a splendid display of golden ears of corn. The barley ears with their long beards. The rye, which developed from what was originally regarded as field weeds. Upright wheat, our oldest variety of corn. And oats with their bell-shaped fruit. For thousands of years, they have been ensuring the survival of mankind. The summer sun not only ripens the corn, it draws all moisture out of the plants and soil. The cornfield becomes a hot savanna. In former times, the farmers who were working hard under the blazing heat of the sun believed the quails were mocking them because it sounded as if they were saying, "Bend your back, bend your back." The yellowhammer, on the other hand, blares out the less severe, "Little bit of bread and no cheese," into the field. Around the old cherry tree, there are still hedges and groves where the colourful sparrows rear their young. Suddenly, the field orchestra falls silent. The petals on the pimpernel close as a sign that rain is on its way. "The corn lady is moving through the field," was said once, whenever the wind passed over the corn. The smallest in the jungle of stalks are now faced with a fight against elemental forces. The pouring rain has driven the brooding quail hen from her nest. Without protection, her second clutch of eggs is exposed to wetness and cold. And how are the little hamster pups faring in their underground realm? The streams of water are already merging at the deepest points. However, down here, it's perfectly dry. The hamster mother instinctively dug the entrances to her burrow at a higher spot to prevent water penetrating the inside of the burrow even in heavy rainfall. The young hamster pups, hardly 4 weeks old, engage in boisterous tussles as training for future conflicts with members of their own species. The mother teaches the small ones everything they need to know about what hamsters eat. Hamsters are very clean. To relieve themselves, the little hamsters use the same chosen toilet location each time. The growing hamsters actually spend most of their time sleeping, and most likely dreaming. In the late afternoon, the rain is over and the storm front has moved on. A wonderful smell of damp earth and warm straw fills the air. The water has collected in hollows and depressions in the ground. It's time for some cornfield inhabitants to prove their seaworthiness. Those who live at the top of the corn jungle have nothing to fear. For the jumping spider, the field is dotted with sparkling drinking ponds. The harvester ants, on the other hand, have become flood victims. A poppy petal serves them as a rescue raft. Clinging to corn stalks, they make their way to safety. At a dizzy height, the harvester ant queen holds out until the deluge eventually subsides. The water-drenched soil forces the earthworms up to the surface. That is a call to action for all creatures who are partial to these ringed soil dwellers. A field like this accommodates an average of 500 earthworms in each square meter of soil, 10 to 20 times as many as in a conventionally farmed field. A lot of worms will attract a lot of toads, which along with the worms will exterminate scores of pests. Up to 100 tons of excrement are produced by 2.5 million earthworms per hectare. A lot of humus, and free of charge, but only as long as no agrarian chemicals are used. Against such quantities, the number of worms eaten by the common toads and golden ground beetles is insignificant. The hamster's pups are already quite independent. They won't share the burrow with their mother and sisters for much longer. However, they still forage for food together in the corn jungle. For 4 weeks now, the mother has been devoted to her young, bringing them the poppy blossoms they desire. But she soon will become a loner again and leave the burrow and her offspring. Secure in the dense thicket at the edge of the field, the small yellowhammers have grown up. Only 2 weeks old, they're just about ready to fly away. Well hidden in a sea of stalks, the harrier fledglings are growing up. On rich lime-loamy soil warmed by the summer sun, the now very rare field nigella thrives. Its flower is male at first, and much sought after by the hungry field wasps. Once they reach it, the wasps move around the entire flower, which is therefore referred to as a roundabout flower. The insect gradually opens the well-filled nectar pots at the base of the petals. Meanwhile, the plant's stamens powder the back of the wasp with pollen. A sex change occurs then. The male anthers droop and cease functioning. At the same time, the female stigmas bend downwards. Again, the field wasps are attracted by their nectar pots that are still full. The wasps, which first visited the male stamens, now graze their pollen-powdered backs along the stigmas. This reliably ensures the fertilization and reproduction of the field nigella. With the onset of twilight, the campions open their white blossoms. They first exude their sweet scent when most of the other field flowers have already withered. Campions reflect the moonlight and serve as shining signals for moths. The special composition of their pollen nectar attracts owlet moths and hawk moths in particular. In return for their nocturnal pollination, they too are rewarded with sweet energy food. A common toad sets off to catch prey. It's better protected against predators in the dark, just like the young field hamsters are. Increasingly, their mother maintains a distance from them and hardly ever comes back to the burrow. What turns this special field into a habitat for the most varied animals and plants is sustainable farming, without any toxins. Modern industrial agriculture, on the other hand, has not only sacrificed biodiversity to profit, but also clean groundwater and healthy soil. Harvest time, for the animals first. More and more ripe corn ends up in hungry stomachs. At the same time, the corn collectors have to be careful not to get eaten themselves. A single tree sparrow can eat a kilogram of grain seeds per year. However, as he eats even more weed seeds and pest insects, he makes himself quite useful. And the field hamster, once regarded as a serial pest and rigorously hunted, has been fighting for survival for a long time, and nowhere does it make its negative impact on yields more noticeable. The tranquil life for animals in the fields by the old cherry tree is now over. The cornfield has become a battleground. There's only one way out. Slashing and clearing paradise. Noisy monsters put an end to the summer jungle. All that is left are bare stubble fields. The calls of the quails and the chirping of the bush crickets have fallen silent. There are only a few poppies left at the edge of the field. As suddenly as they came in the spring, the animals wander off again. The quails and Montagu's harriers migrate south, while the common toads start off on an arduous march towards their winter quarters. The hamster doe is one of the few left. She's looked for a new burrow, and now must do something crucial for her survival. The toad has reached its destination. It will bury itself under the large field hedge and wait for the next spring. Rooks search the harvested field for grains and insects. The hamster doe too looks out for pickings, whereby some hairs stick in her throat. Into her cheek pouches she stuffs the grains that have fallen down during the threshing. A hamster must collect and carry about 4 kilograms of plant seeds so that it can survive the long winter. In the hamster burrow, there's always a storage chamber, and she fills it now in the late summer. The grain field has fed and satisfied a lot of animals, but now the corn must be used for its actual purpose, to be made into food for people. The corn jungle has disappeared, and its inhabitants have scattered to the four winds. However, preparations are already underway for next year's cycle. Autumn. The black thorns on the field balks are bearing fruit. Soon, the first white flakes will fall on the old cherry tree at the edge of this very special organic field. Between the fields around the old cherry tree, there are still dense hedges, offering shelter for the field inhabitants. The golden ground beetles have entrenched themselves in the soil, just as the common toad has done. The harvester ants, too, will spend the winter at the foot of a sloe bush. The hamster doe has completed her new burrow in good time, and her sleeping phases are longer and longer. Her body temperature begins to drop. The hares and roe deer, on the other hand, stay awake and have to struggle to get by during the winter. The hamster doe wakes up again and again to help herself from her supplies. She won't see daylight again for another 6 months. Winter. The seeds of the poppy flowers and the other wild field plants lie dormant in the soil. Nevertheless, some animals still manage to find enough to eat in the field. Next year, when a new summer jungle emerges, innumerable field inhabitants will benefit from the ecological tillage. That is Poppy's promise.
In the north of Europe, winters are hard, but the misery of some secures the survival of others. In Scandinavia, golden eagles live in the mountains and the lowlands. They are capable hunters, but still they can't survive without the victims which cold and snow claim every winter. Golden eagles are unsocial. They don't tolerate other eagles near their loot. One of them is driven away in the end, even though there is enough for both of them. Who would think of love in such harsh conditions? It remains to be seen if it is love, but golden eagles begin their courtship when it's still winter. Long before the spring sun melts the snow, the ice has broken for the two eagles. They mate up to 30 times before the female lays her eggs in early April. But we'll come back to that. Survival is paramount. An elk cow has fallen victim to the Scandinavian winter and is lying on the edge of a fjord, well preserved thanks to the icy cold. Eagle eyes have quickly discovered the huge food reserve. Now they're racing to get the first and biggest chunks. The fully grown golden eagle gets to the cadaver first and starts to feed on it. But before he gets to the coveted meat of the mammal, he has to work through the elk's dense winter coat. A sea eagle is keeping an attentive eye on the scene. He would love to fight the golden eagle for the prey. It seems to be worth a try. But then it appears that the sea eagle is losing heart. One plucky flap of the golden eagle's wings, and the sea eagle takes off. A second sea eagle swoops down from the perpetual dark grey Nordic winter sky. This one is making more of an impression on the golden eagle, but he's full anyway and leaves the field to his cousin with a large yellow beak. In Nordic mythology, Reisvelgir is a giant in the shape of an eagle who brings wind over the land. Golden eagles need vast, untouched landscapes where nature is still relatively intact. Today, golden eagles mainly live in the mountainous regions of the Alps and the Carpathians. There are many different prey animals for the golden eagle between forests and mountain meadows. Although there are fresh twigs in the eyrie, the nest is not yet in use. A capercaillie also makes an attractive prey for the eagle. While the smaller female is well camouflaged and rarely leaves the protection of the forest, the conspicuous male capercaillie makes for easy prey, at least during the mating season. The hen rarely shows herself openly on the mountain meadow, and the male capercaillie had also better retreat back into the protection of the mountain forest. A warm wind is blowing through the forest. Nature is waking from hibernation. It's thawing. There are more and more mountain forests where you can find large feathers of this size, eagle feathers once again. Breeding golden eagle couples are back in the heart of Europe. The eagle population also depends on the prevalence of their preferred animals of prey. Loose feathers are drifting across the ground. A capercaillie has become the victim of his testosterone levels. During the mating season, large amounts of testosterone flow through a capercaillie's body and makes it careless. Golden eagles keep returning to their kill and feed on it until nothing is left. This way, every last bit of the prey is used. Eagles hardly make a dent in the capercaillie population. Wherever its habitat is intact, the capercaillie produces enough offspring to make up for these losses. Once a species of prey becomes rare, the predators will change over to other, more common species. It's a clever and highly functional policy of nature. The eagle cruises above his territory, but this time he is not on the lookout for prey. The breeding season is upon them, and the eagles need to prepare. They have been making regular courtship flights in their territory since the winter, in order to strengthen their partnership. Free as a bird. The phrase has never seemed so apt. Somewhere on a scraggy tree, the two golden eagles finally land. And they mate yet again. Nothing stands in the way of a new generation of eagles, or so it seems. This is the ideal habitat for a golden eagle, a varied hunting ground and old mixed woodlands for breeding. Here is where the story of our eagle chicks begins. The male golden eagle has been incubating the egg for a few hours now. It's the only egg the female laid a few days earlier. It's the end of April, and all over the forests, birds have been looking for hiding places for their nests. In the neighbouring valley to the golden eagles, at a safe distance, the black stork is floating back to its nest. Now that spring has sprung, the eggs need to be kept warm at all times, on both sides. Both eagle parents will keep their precious egg warm day and night for some 45 days. For the black storks, it takes 5 weeks until the chicks hatch. Body heat is the most important factor, but without sufficient padding and insulation, the egg can't develop. The male golden eagle has a ring. While it was assumed that it's the task of the mother bird to incubate the eggs, our eagle couple take regular turns. The eagle egg was only exposed to the cold of the April day for a few minutes. Now the female is flying towards the eyrie. Carefully, the ringless mother eagle settles on her egg. The eagles are nearly motionless when they incubate the eggs, and their neighbours, the black storks, are no different. A bit further down, Eurasian pygmy owls are one step behind. They still haven't laid any eggs. Not all golden eagles make their eyrie in old trees. Rock islands in an ocean of trees and shrubs. The main thing is that the breeding place is not easily accessible to predators. Up in the rock eyrie, the eggshell has already been broken. Here 2 eggs were laid, from which 2 golden eagle chicks have already hatched. It's mainly the mother who keeps returning to the eyrie with green twigs of coniferous and deciduous trees. This way the nest keeps growing during the 2.5 months of raising the chicks. The father's task is to provide food. He regularly supplies the eyrie with prey animals, which the female divides up and feeds to their offspring. This time it's a mouse, which is torn into even smaller morsels and shared out by the mother. "95% of all golden eagles hatch in a rock eyrie. The rest of them see the light of day in an eyrie on a tree, like our eagle couple, with their eyrie in an old fir tree, who only have 1 chick to look after. The adult birds take turns in hunting for prey. Whenever wild prey animals become scarce, the fowl kept by humans suddenly become very obvious to the golden eagles. It's the perfect sitting game with a view of the pigeon loft. It's a warm day at the end of April. The eagle chick is plagued by annoying flies, just like the Eurasian pygmy owl a bit lower down. The largest and the smallest predatory birds of the mountain forests are tormented by the same pest. The female golden eagle is still sitting high above the pigeon lofts, waiting patiently for an opportune moment. In the meantime, the male has been successful, returning to the eyrie with what's left of a slain pigeon. Then he flies off again, leaving the rest of the work to the female. It's always she who tears up the prey and feeds it to the chick. Although individual eagles may prefer certain animals of prey, pigeons are not a golden eagle's regular target. They are usually too quick. It's the young, inexperienced pigeons which tend to become the victim of the Riesvelgier bird. It's a kind of natural selection. The eyrie of the golden eagle is slightly smaller than that of a sea eagle. It's 1.5 meters in diameter and roughly 1 meter in height, similar to that of the black storks in the neighboring valley. Here, 3 insatiable young birds are waiting for their meal. In the eagle eyrie, the mother has to present tiny morsels of prey to her little one. At the black stork families, whole fish is again on the menu. In total, the eagle mother will feed some 40 kilograms of prey to her offspring over time. After feeding, the little snowy white black storks can play with each other, while the eagle chick has to make do with his mother. When it gets cooler, the female offers warmth and comfort. There's another breeding bird in the eagle's territory, a common tree creeper. Even if the Eurasian pygmy owl is tiny, it is a highly specialized and dangerous bird hunter. A Eurasian pygmy owl will kill over 200 songbirds and small mammals to raise the offspring of one hatch. The tiny owl has 7 chicks to look after. All the waste from the nursery is just thrown out of the door. The eagle mother keeps taking green twigs of coniferous and deciduous trees to the eyrie. We don't know why she does that. Maybe fresh twigs are a better building material than dry branches. She's always keen to keep her eyrie spick and span. Some biologists suspect that the green twigs and leaves have an antiseptic effect, but there is no proof for this theory as yet. The struggle to feed their offspring and to maintain the nest's furnishings completely fills the eagle's day. The eagle couple will use this eyrie for many years. They will keep repairing and expanding it, just like the black storks do. The eagle mother is leaving the eyrie to go hunting. It's early May and warm, and the chick doesn't need to be constantly kept under her wings anymore. In Europe's mountainous forests, it's not only the eagles and storks who breed now. The plant kingdom is also all about passing on its genes. Old Locuno's mixed beech forests are also the home of Europe's most magnificent orchid, the lady's slipper orchid. Wherever ladies' slipper orchids blossom and golden eagles have their eyries, nature is at least to some degree still intact. The male golden eagle is bringing another rodent to the eyrie. This time it's a huge water vole. And the female is bringing another twig, but she immediately takes over control of the nest. Black storks have little to fear from golden eagles. They are able to defend themselves and never let the chicks in their eyrie out of their sight. Here, both adult birds are responsible for feeding the young chicks. The eagle chick, on the other hand, is only ever fed by the female. The prey, rich in protein and energy, which is brought to the nest for weeks on end and is then digested here and there, means the concentration of nutrients is enormously high. Leftover food and manure fertilize the surrounding forest ground. That's why there are nutrient-loving plants, such as the common nettle, growing underneath the eyrie. Wherever the common nettle is thriving, the red admiral also flourishes. The caterpillar of this butterfly feeds exclusively on common nettles. This way, the large birds in the forest involuntarily cater for the offspring of a little butterfly. Whereas the storks need a total of 100 days to develop from edge to fledgling, the admiral takes less than a fortnight. Rain showers move across the hilly landscape of Central Europe. Some of the mountain dwellers only wake up properly in this muggy, warm weather. The eagle is patrolling the edge of the forest. He doesn't particularly like hunting inside the forest. Most of the small animals live in the mountain meadows between the old trees. The female eagle has spotted something. Sometimes even the large birds have to make do with very small prey. The male has been watching what's going on and glides across the meadow towards his partner. And here's another inhabitant of the mountain meadows. The corncrake with his funny song. The eagles have demolished their prey. They fly back towards the eyrie with a full crop. Although temperatures no longer drop so much in early May, a young eagle can quickly cool down when his downy plumage gets drenched in the rain. At least the chicks in the rock eyrie have a massive roof over their heads. But in the tree eyrie, the eagle mother mustn't leave her offspring alone for long periods. The chick, with his delicate downy plumage, doesn't fit under the adult bird anymore. He snuggles up to his mother, where it's warm and reasonably dry. Sooner or later, the rain will stop. The forest is drenched. And the eagle chick? He has survived the shower unscathed. In rainy years, lots of eagle chicks die in their nests, for at some point, the female has to leave the eyrie. But as long as the May sun is shining, there is no danger. While the adult bird glides across her territory high in the sky, the young eagle busies himself with the food leftovers in the eyrie. he still has to learn what is edible and what is not. Daily eagle routine prevails in the rock eyrie too. The biggest distraction for the young ones is the adult birds arriving with food. Wooded precipices are popular breeding territory for other bird species too, like the common raven, for instance. Being neighbors with them is not entirely free of conflicts. Surprisingly, it is the common raven who wears the pants in short bursts of exhibition fights in the air. But this encounter doesn't have any consequences. He may be the king of the mountains, but the golden eagle is not the absolute ruler of his kingdom. Neighbors which make life hard for him are not the only problem for this large bird of prey. Even in natural forests, it is not always easy to catch prey. The times when huge herds of ungulates, followed by large predators, migrated through these valleys are well and truly gone. But wherever man cultivates the meadows, uncut animals like hares and fawns inevitably appear. Our eagles keep returning to the eyrie with food from the Valley of the Humans. There is another troublemaker near the eagle eyrie, a common buzzard. Eagles are easily disturbed near their eyrie. The female keeps a keen eye on her environment. The common buzzard is the most prevalent bird of prey in Central Europe. Some 200,000 common buzzard couples breed here, half of them in Germany. But why is the common buzzard so prevalent, while the golden eagle is said to be an endangered species? The female eagle is leaving the eyrie. The fact that golden eagles are so rare is hardly due to the relatively small common buzzard's bravery. He will even attack the large and dangerous golden eagle when he gets near the buzzard's nest. The downfall of eagles in Europe is well documented. It started as early as the 17th century. First, they disappeared from the east of Germany, and in the following century from the center of Germany. Soon afterwards, there were no golden eagles left in the southwest, and at the end of the 19th century, the heraldic bird had also disappeared from the huge forests of the northeast of Germany. In the end, the last eagles had withdrawn to Europe's mountain areas, which were difficult to access. But why? For centuries, man hunted eagles mercilessly. They were seen as hunting competition, as a loathsome enemy of the farmer and his animals. Mankind wanted to eradicate them, just like it had eradicated wolves, brown bears, and lynxes. The state even handed out rewards for dead golden eagles. Today, birds of prey are strictly protected. Illegal shootings are rare. But the golden eagle still doesn't manage to leave the area of its retreat in the Alps and Carpathians and settle in the lowlands again. Instead of the eagles, lumberjacks arrived in the forests. First with axes and saws, later on with ever bigger and ever more efficient machines. Society, eager for growth, has rediscovered the timber business. Never before was it possible to cut and process so much wood in so little time. In some places, logging has doubled in the past 10 years. The demand for raw materials is ever increasing, leaving no room for natural, slow growth and decay. Our forests are becoming ever younger, denser, darker. The forest is increasingly an industrial estate for the timber industry. It's no wonder that the last eagles have their territories in regions that are difficult to access and in national parks. Black storks and numerous other species also suffer from the economic pressure on our forests. Since hunting the mighty bird of prey was banned, the golden eagle is at least no longer in acute danger of extinction. But how many eagles breed on this continent in the future will also depend on how the European forests are used. While the young black storks immediately devour everything their parents bring to the nest, the eagle eyrie is usually full of leftovers of the prey, or even whole animals like this dormouse. The female eagle goes out to hunt again, while the chick is busy with the dormouse. It still seems to be a good year for eagles and the other birds breeding in these forests. Some 2 months after they hatched, the young eagles in the mountain area have grown a lot. The eagles have a lodger, and in their monotonous daily routine, they welcome every distraction. The bank vole seems to find something special in the eyrie. At least, he keeps coming back to look for useful stuff between twigs, grass and leftover food. The Red Admiral is attracted by the droppings. This is where he can stock up on mineral salts. The bank vole even raises her offspring underneath the Erie. Weeks pass, and it seems nothing could dull the skies above the vast habitat of the eagles. But success and ruin are often close together. The adult bird returns to the tree eyrie. Today it's hedgehog for lunch. The young eagle is getting his dark youth plumage and is now largely impervious to the weather. Spells of bad weather are a danger to the bird's offspring, not just because of the wet and the cold. They can also be the reason why birds of prey suddenly have less to kill. Then the young eagles, unable to fly, are trapped. One of the two young birds in the rock eyrie is not doing well. He is on his last legs. His sibling seems to check up on him, but the little eagle is dead. He almost made it. In the mountains, the weather is more changeable and unpredictable than in the lowlands. Many of the eagle's animals of prey will stay in their hideouts during spells of bad weather. Hunting becomes more difficult. The eagle mother in the rock eyrie feeds her perished offspring to the surviving one. Eagles don't know piety. They have no morals. Survival is paramount. But there are two sides to every coin. Rainy spells are a threat to the golden eagle's offspring. But the so-called bad weather, on the other hand, creates the nursery of another mountain resident. Waterlogged car tracks are just what small grey amphibians have been waiting for. Yellow-bellied toads depend on copious rainfall. As their habitat will be gone again in no time, the toads waste no time mating. However, the two of them don't display the same fervour for saying, "I do." It's a steamy and warm June day. The remaining young eagle in the shady rock eyrie prepares to leave the nest. The adult birds stay close. They show the little one how to fly across their territory. They try to lure him away from the eyrie. From time to time, the male eagle flies to the eyrie to deliver some prey. But then he is quickly off again. And finally, the young eagle with his chocolate-colored youth plumage leaves the eyrie. He will continue to circle and hunt with the adult birds for another 5 months. Now in June, there is an abundance of prey in the eagle's habitat. Fully grown young foxes are snoozing in their den, but the animals keep interrupting their daytime sleep. Then they are off on expeditions with fun and games. For the golden eagles, the distracted foxes are an easy and frequent prey. The eagle couple don't bring any more food to the tree eyrie. Now they feed themselves and later place part of their prey in exposed locations in their breeding grounds to lure the young eagle from the nest. A little later, the tree eyrie is empty. The young bird has left. He's already hopping and flying about his environment. Nothing goes to waste. Whatever the eagles leave will be taken by others, such as the Eurasian jay. Our young eagle from the tree eyrie is still looked after by his parents, has food served to him, and is taught hunting techniques. Next year, he will be a fully grown golden eagle, and at some point, he will have his own realm, and maybe his own eyrie. The black storks have made it as well. Together with the adult birds, they circle their breeding grounds in the Carpathians and get ready for the long flight south. Next year, they will return, and at some point, they will raise their young somewhere in a remote mountain forest. Rare Eurasian curlews are a common sight here, and they've been joined by some exotic newcomers. Flamingos in the waters of the Chiemgau. Like all the wildlife here, they have to deal with violent stormy weather more frequently. What does the future hold for this extraordinary natural region? According to nature photographer Andreas Hartl, this area at the foot of the Bavarian Alps between Traun and Inn is one of the most beautiful landscapes imaginable.
For me, the Chiemgau and Lake Chiemsee are simply the most beautiful places where I love to go. When I'm out around the lake with my camera, I think, my God, it doesn't get much better than this. I see animals, I see plants that I just don't find anywhere else. And I come here as often as I can. You can't ever really get enough of such beautiful things.
a realm created in the last ice age. A few thousand years ago, the landscape here consisted of bare moraine ridges and bleak meltwater valleys. This also gave rise to the Eggstedt-Heimhofer Lake District, northwest of the Chiemsee, a chain of kettle holes filled with groundwater. And then, gradually, the first humans began to settle here, as historian Barbara Rappendloh tells us.
The Chiemgau has certainly been settled for several thousands of years, and we need to remember that the population was significantly smaller than today. The first phase was the hunter-gatherer group, and then of course came agriculture as well.
Around 2,500 years ago, humans encircled a cult site near Truttlaching, using a wall of earth and wooden posts. An epoch in which a remarkable incident took place in the Chiemgau.
The Celts, or also their predecessors here, witnessed a truly blood-curdling occurrence in this region, a massive meteor strike. We're standing right here at the greatest testament to this event, namely the Tüttensee, which fills the huge crater left by the meteor.
If a cosmic boulder really did crash down to Earth here and vaporize, and that's also been confirmed recently by geophysical measurements taken by international scientists, then the devastation must have been considerable. Fire and tidal waves swept the landscape. At a single blow, life for the population of the Chiemgau was turned upside down. These upheavals left traces that are still around today.
It's remarkable that there are absolutely no lake dwellings at the Chiemsee. That's a complete contrast to the other upper Bavarian lakes, where there's plenty of evidence of such houses, just not at the Chiemsee. We don't know whether this is due to the frequent recurring flooding, or whether there's another reason. One possible explanation could even be the meteor strike here at the Chiemsee. That could have simply destroyed all the possible dwellings here.
Meanwhile, however, there is a kind of lake dwelling at the Chiemsee, the boathouses, and the constant change that happens here assigns every lake resident a place. In autumn, vast numbers of fish seek shelter under the houses, shelter from all kinds of predators looking to fatten themselves up for the winter. In the past, shoals of young fish used to hide under fallen trees in the water, but there's none of them left. So they swim under the quaint boathouses, protected from grey herons and other hunters like the large merganser. The northern pike also lies in wait for them. A European eel also tries his luck, but the swarm of young Danube bleaks, common roaches and vimbers bewilder the attacker. The large merganser is an expert fish eater, thanks to its hooked, serrated beak. A bird like this needs 300 grams of fish per day, which must be painstakingly sought out and caught. Here, on the other hand, is an opportunist. The common moorhen is perhaps the least gifted fish catcher on the lake. He doesn't even have webbed feet. But he has a big appetite. Just like the great crested grebe, which thanks to having lobed toes can swim and dive. But normally still comes away empty-handed. And the moorhen? While all the plumed professionals are put off by the swarming effect, the moorhen makes a sudden stab. and is successful. But it's not only the animal life that's attracted by the charms of the Chiemsee.
Today we wanted to go swimming actually, and I've never been here, although I'm a local, so I'm taking a look today. And then I want to take a dip in the water and go for a drink.
The best place in the Chiemgau really is Feldwies. That's a must-see.
It's just great. You have everything here that you need, so I really love this spot. I've also found my home here. The view is beautiful, the people are friendly, the water is mostly actually nice.
I think the Chiemsee is just awesome.
At almost 80 square kilometers, the Chiemsee, at the heart of the Chiemgau, is the third largest lake in Germany and has always been enormously popular. The lake islands are major attractions, with monasteries and royal palaces drawing hundreds of thousands of tourists each year. It wasn't always like this. Even the most famous incomer to the Chiemgau took some persuading. Konrad Hollerith, a Chiemsee guide, knows all about the fascinating history of the region.
King Ludwig II really wasn't so impressed by the landscape here. He loved the romantic mountain vistas, like at Neuschwanstein. But the solitary location of the Herreninsel, that was the right place for his castle. The king acquired the island in 1873, and then 5 years later, in 1878, the building began. After 7 years, the money ran out, and construction was discontinued.
Back then, no one could have imagined how effective this secluded palace would be in attracting visitors. Long before the King of Bavaria, and even before the time of the Celts, the first people had settled in the Chiemgau. Discoveries of hunting weapons from the Neanderthal period have proved that the land was populated as far back as the Ice Age, probably since there was plenty of game around to hunt. During the Bronze Age, one of the most important trade routes out of the Alpine foothills came through here. New types of tools and weapons were being fashioned from bronze, and a new era was beginning. The land around the Chiemsee has probably been continuously settled since then, up to the present day. So how is it possible that such a heavily visited, populated area can continue to support a diverse wildlife? In the year 15 BC, the Romans arrived from over the Alps, and trade and culture in the Chiemgau developed further. Nature, however, kept on presenting the human settlers with challenges.
The early humans attached great importance to natural phenomena, in particular, exceptional incidents, as they had to try to somehow integrate these into their view of the world. What we explain through scientific theory today had to be built into a holistic worldview and belief system back then.
Which is not to say that certain celestial events today leave us completely unmoved. At a so-called blood moon, the sun, earth and moon are aligned, and our blue planet throws a shadow over the moon. Because the light of the sun is refracted in our atmosphere, the light which reaches the back of the earth throws mostly long-wave red residual light onto the moon, until the moon moves out of the complete shadow of the Earth after an hour or so. Our fascination for such events is unchanged, even if we know today that there is an ultimate explanation for all natural phenomena, like for the autumnal coloring of leaves, which occurs when trees break down their precious chlorophyll. When the tree finally sheds its leaves, it's making provision for the arrival of the cold season, when there is a lack of available water. A 100-year-old beech tree evaporates around 400 liters of water per day, something the tree tries to avoid in winter. While many life forms are preparing themselves to survive the winter, right now others are concentrating on breeding, the brown trout, for example. A male with his spawning hook mouth, or kype, and a smaller female float beside their self-built breeding lair. They're literally quivering with excitement. Brown trout are among the autumn spawners, attracted by falling temperatures in the already cold water of the foothill streams. They beat the breeding lair down even further. Then suddenly they release their roe and molt into the water. The fertilized eggs sink down into the ground, which has been loosened and scoured by the beating of the fish. The fish species that appear in the waters of the Chiemgau are not the same ones as before. This time, it's not celestial events, but rather the actions of humans which are to blame for the changes. Fish have been intentionally introduced to the region, including non-native species such as the eel. Others, such as the Rutilus meydingeri, have died out. Their spawning grounds have disappeared through siltation and pollution, like here in the River Alz. Today, professional fishermen stock the lake with rare fish, even if they're of no economic importance. In the last few decades, gamekeeping and preservation concepts have been increasingly combined as a beneficiary interest. Attitudes towards the bird life have also changed significantly. While in the past, common buzzards and ravens were seen as pests and mercilessly persecuted, today the fishermen toss a treat or two onto the bank for them. Live and let live. Our respect for nature has increased, to the benefit of many animal species. Winter is coming. The Chiemgau landscape is blanketed in snow. This season also brings with it a noticeable change. Winters are becoming milder and snow levels falling. Scenes like this are far less common. More and more species are adapting to the changing climate and spending the winter here, like the great white egret or the Eurasian curlew. Even flamingos are living here now. Just a few years ago, these exotic thermophiles wouldn't have survived a winter at the Chiemsee. Historic footage from the 1970s shows how much harsher the cold periods were at the Chiemsee not that long ago. The Bavarian lake froze over. Birds who hunted for food in the shallow water would have almost starved. Today, searching for ice on the Chiemsee is mostly in vain. The flat rays of the winter sun illuminate these strange boulders, which slightly resemble organs. These so-called Hirnsteine, or brain stones, get their furrowed surfaces from blue-green algae, which form and also feed on limestone. Mussels also inhabit the brain stones. Viewed in fast motion, one can see how the wandering mussels got their name. Wandering mussels were imported here from the Black Sea region in the mid-20th century. They quickly expanded over the entire lake, much to the delight of the many water birds. Mussel gathering is no easy matter, however. Using sticky byssal secretions produced by a special gland, the mussels anchor themselves to the rock. The black coot has to patiently pluck at every single morsel. Flamingos don't eat mussels. They filter plankton from the water. Through this variety of specialisms, a diverse range of species can inhabit the same environment without the need for competition. Competition rather occurs between animals from the same species. Black coots fight mercilessly when a rival suitor appears. Things are less furious between the great crested grebes. Over 320 types of bird have been observed at the Chiemsee. Around half of them also breed here. While many birds migrate in winter, other Chiemgau inhabitants can be encountered the whole year round. Even if some of them are sometimes pretty well hidden. Old hollowed-out trees are the winter quarters of a truly detested creature. It seeks shelter from hungry birds in dark cracks. A female mosquito has slept out the winter in a rigid state. Now she wakes up, along with an estimated 250 million of her co-species around the lake. The mosquito copulated the previous year. Now she begins to lay her eggs and procreate. Reeds only serve as a sleeping place, not as a laying ground. The banks of the lake would make a poor kindergarten due to the many predators lurking around. The role of the mosquito in the ecosystem is often undervalued.
Mosquitoes are important food for lots of young birds, for European stonechats, for bluethroats, but also for lots of species of fish, like for instance the northern pike. Their young live almost entirely from mosquito larvae. So it's also really important that the environment has not changed so much that the mosquitoes disappear, because then we'd also lose the birds and the fish.
Mosquitoes and songbirds depend entirely on one another. Many birds feed mostly on insects. Inside the reed stalks live the larvae of the Phragmites green-eyed fly. In huge numbers, they are the staple diet of many reed-based birds, above all the titmouse. The bluethroat also only sings in places with enough insects around to eat. Otherwise, his offspring couldn't survive here.
Insect life around here has really deteriorated considerably. You notice it also because the insect-eating birds like our swallows, for example, they're really in decline. You notice it on cars. In the past, after 100 kilometers, the windscreen was covered in insects. Today you can drive 1,000 kilometers and the screen's totally clear. At some point, the migratory birds won't come here anymore either. They'll wonder why they should bother flying from Africa to Central Europe when there's no more to eat here. Then there just won't be any swallows left.
There are still swallows at the Chiemsee, however. You can still hear the chatty twittering of these feathered charmers from their roosting areas. Sometimes in places where their little waste packages aren't totally appreciated. While spring is awakening down in the lowlands, snow is still lying in the Chiemgau Mountains. The black grouse lives here. Just a few decades ago, the cooing noises of the mating grouse could also be heard in the marshes around the Chiemsee. But those days are over. The changes sweeping through the Chiemgau are least noticeable in the mountains, probably because the cold rock cannot be cultivated, and because there are no larger settlements this high up. Time seems to stand still here. Things are different in the lowlands. Down here, hardly a square meter escapes change. The grey heron lands on a man-made fen on the southern bank of the Chiemsee. This area is a kind of accidental product, which is appreciated by several animal species. Grass frogs can also be thankful to the area for their spawning ground. Their current habitat was once submerged under the surface of the Chiemsee. Humans lowered the lake level, unintentionally creating wet meadows and bogs. An environment in which natural processes take place, just like in a true wilderness. Today, this is a natural conservation area, in which hunter and hunted invariably meet. Hard to take for amphibian lovers, but in an undamaged habitat there are enough frogs. And eat or be eaten is after all part of a functioning ecosystem. For the mosquito female, the end is in sight. Areas of shallow water, which are only sometimes filled, are ideal for laying eggs, as there are no fish around and hardly any other predators. Only swamp plants, like reeds, compete for nutrients.
The big reed areas of the Chiemsee, the marshes, are of course perfect for lots of birds. And for a photographer, it's a special attraction if you're on the lookout for particularly beautiful bird shots here at the Chiemsee. Whether that's the marsh harrier, the blue throat, or something really special, the little bittern, which you can still find in the reeds at the Chiemsee. It's the smallest of the herons, just a bit bigger than the blackbird. They have a nest, an amazing nest, right in the middle of the reeds, with snow-white eggs. One of them always stays at the nest, the male or the female. And when the male comes, he normally brings a little gift for the female, a reed stalk or something, to keep building the nest with. And that's a total highlight, when you manage to get a photo of a little bittern at the Chiemsee.
Little bitterns and harvest mice. Both are the smallest representatives of their tribes. They're rarities in the indigenous animal population and are being seen around the Chiemsee more and more. They're also both specialized at living around the reeds, building their nests out of and among the stalks of this large native grass. The great crested grebe also loves the weeds, as the hollow stalks are buoyant and good to build floating nests. Small fish, such as the European perch, form the basic diet of the grebes. Only in places with abundant food sources can species further up the food chain also reproduce. Mayflies appear at the Chiemsee in spring, often as a downright invasion. On sticky hot days, the primitive insects emerge from the lake in huge numbers, and alongside the large mayflies, myriads of chironomids. On a few days in spring, the sky truly darkens when the insects take off on their evening mating flights. The air is filled with smaller and smaller insect bodies, just like plankton, but up in the sky over the Bavarian lake rather than in the ocean. In the evening, the importance of this mass invasion for the ecosystem is displayed. Mayflies lay their eggs on the surface of the water. Many lake dwellers have been waiting for this, as they can now almost effortlessly eat their fill. Almost 100 types of bird profit from the annual Mayfly Hatchfest. Yet it's not only the birds that benefit from the generous offer. The impending darkness of night lures some ravenous beasts from the depths. Danube bleaks pluck the mayflies from the water's surface, and quickly before they become prey themselves. Spawning time lies ahead, so a full stomach is especially important. All this is played out in a cultural landscape steadily populated since the Ice Age. The region has changed significantly since, however, and continues to change today. But the change has occurred so gradually that the plant and animal life has kept up and adapted. Whether predators, whose numbers are dwindling elsewhere, can keep hunting around the Chiemsee perhaps depends on how quickly we humans are shaping the environment in the future. The most dangerous of the predators is the northern pike. Anglers are frequently catching pikes almost 1.5 meters long at the Chiemsee. And this one is also an impressive size. This common roach doesn't dare to move a muscle. the pike braces itself. Evening meals are also being eaten on the banks. Under piles of branches, twigs and silt lurks the offender who spares neither the bankside promenade nor the bathing beach in his relentless pursuit of trees. Only recently have beavers returned to the Chiemsee. For 100 years, the giant rodents were considered extinct in the region. But now, numbers here are increasing again. They especially like to build their lairs by the lake inlets, where parents often live together with 2 generations of offspring. The living quarters inside the lair are almost 1 meter across and half a meter high, and the offspring are snug and warm here in any weather. Will the beavers once again remain part of the animal world around the Chiemsee? That depends not least on the acceptance of local residents, who now and then have to endure the odd poplar or willow tree falling into the water. Anyway, many people have indeed become rather more tolerant. At least the days are long gone when fish stocks were plundered and great crested grebes were hunted down as competitors. Especially because the Chiemsee has plenty of fish. 50 million whitefish alone are bred at the Chiemsee every year and released into the water. And simply fishing the lake empty is not quite as easy as it was before.
The lake actually had a higher water level in the past, in medieval times. That's because the Chiemsee fishermen blocked the water from running off using a so-called weg. This was a barrier made from alder bushes, a kind of large weir. So the fish were caught, but the lake water was also chocked off. This was then forbidden. After the lake was gradually fished empty, a set of regulations were put in place under Duke Heinrich the Rich, who was responsible for us back then.
Since then, the fish stocks have recovered.
There are still a lot of fish in the Chiemsee. It's worth the fishing. We have 17 professional fishermen. But of course, there's something else here where money can be made. If we can open up this beautiful landscape and the culture we have here to tourism.
Visitors to the Chiemgau can enjoy culture and nature and splash in the warm water of the Chiemsee, a virtually unique experience. Like here in the shallow waters by the ex-Roman settlement of Badeum, present-day Zeebrugg. By May, the water has already reached bathing temperature and is clean and oxygen-rich. The Danube bleaks also appreciate this and are now eagerly reproducing. They lay countless millions of eggs within a single week in the loose gravel bed. And numerous other animals profit in turn from this abundant supply. Since ancient times, ducks have gorged themselves on Danube bleak caviar during this time of year, on a changing lakefront.
Yes, the lake has changed dramatically. Right after the melting of the glacier, the Chiemsee was 4 times as big as today. Bit by bit, the lake has silted up, so that we only have 80 square meters of water surface left, compared to around 300 right after the Ice Age.
The Tiroler Aachen is the main tributary of the Chiemsee, and discharges more than 300,000 cubic meters of suspended load and gravel into the lake each year. As a result, the lake will gradually fill up and at some stage disappear. This gravel comes from the Chiemgau Mountains, and although humankind has engineered the flow of the Aachen, the load keeps on coming.
It's not only this natural silting through the tributaries that's changed the lake, but humans have also interfered. People have actually lowered the water level. They hoped that they'd create agricultural land, but what has actually been gained? First of all, a large marsh around Grebenstedt, which was very unhealthy for the inhabitants at the beginning, because a huge infestation of mosquitoes developed, which even led to malaria.
From the malaria breeding grounds, a vital natural conservation area has long since been created. Marshes like this are rare these days. Once, an almost closed chain of raised bogs lay at the foot of the Chiemgau Mountains. Most of them have been harvested for peat through the centuries. Yet even exploited hill moors like these are valuable habitats full of specialists from the animal and plant kingdoms. From dry peat, as is found in dehydrated bogs, the heather grows especially well, bursting with purple blossom in summer. And in turn, the heather is home to the drab assassin bug, which hunts spiders. This rare insect is only found in marshland. The carnivorous sundew plant is notorious for gaining its necessary nitrogen from insects, allowing it to survive in the nutrition-deficient peat soil. It lures its victims with a sweet scent and traps them using a sticky substance. Finally, the prey is digested through the surface of the leaves. There's no escape. On every single sundew leaf, there are over 100 adhesive tentacles. The black bog ant takes advantage. A relic of the Ice Age, it can still be found in some Chiemgau marshes. Black bog ants don't hunt much for themselves. They'd rather plunder the sticky tentacles of the sundew plant. 2/3 of the trapped insects are robbed by the ants. An astonishing diverse range of creatures exists in the small pools and ponds which glitter on every marsh. A world all of its own, unknown and under-researched. A water flea scuttles over a minuscule root, which is being used as a nursery for water mites. These oddly symmetrical desmids catch sunlight like a tiny solar power station, while the paramecium goes on the hunt for bacteria. The microscopic creature discards indigestible substances and excess water. Another miniature predator lurking in the dark marsh pool is the ciliates. Marshland is not only a valuable habitat, however, it also functions as a kind of sponge. It sucks up and retains the rainwater, releasing it again slowly. Fluctuating water levels have always been a part of life at the Chiemsee, from its formation around 10,000 years ago by a dying glacier, and ever since, when it has continuously shown its own power as a considerable force of nature. The majestic lake has always inspired awe.
The world of the Celts here in the Chiemgau changed suddenly. With the meteor strike here, The forests burned down, ashes were hurled into the atmosphere, and then it rained down with acid rain. Pieces of the meteor, which landed in the lake, set off a 25-metre-high tsunami, which tumbled over the banks. So this region has seen a lot of action. And that could have something to do with the old saying that the Celts feared nothing except the sky falling on their heads.
The sky over the Chiemgau is unlikely to fall on anyone's head, but the current changes in the region are nevertheless profound.
Just how the Chiemgau and the Chiemsee will develop over the next decades, or even the next centuries, no one can say. But it's important that people get their priorities straight and accept that the Chiemsee, the Chiemgau, is our major resource, and we want to keep it that way. This would be a very good approach for the future.
Some of that fate doesn't rest in our hands, however. In the Chiemgau region, there is almost twice as much rainfall as the German average. Flooding is more and more common. Submerged forests, piles of broken branches and trees, pure chaos. But many creatures continue to find the most marvelous strategies for survival. European fire ants, forced out of their nest, drift across the meadow like shipwrecked sailors, protecting their queen on all sides. There are also losers, however. A little ringed plover's eggs fall victim to the wet and cold. Landscape, nature, climate. The change continues. Hopefully not so fast, so that humanity and the animal kingdom can continue to keep up. Mighty and mysterious, King Watzmann sits above Germany's only alpine national park. The land below the famous mountain is ruggedly beautiful, wild and untamed. A land between heaven and earth, where the golden eagle roams. A land shaped by ice and rock, and formed over millennia by the forces of nature. Berchtesgaden National Park is a bastion of winter. While spring has sprung everywhere else, the mountain pastures are still covered by a thick blanket of snow. Very slowly, the rays of the spring sun find their way into the deep gorges of the valleys. Just like in the days of Prince Regent Luitpold, horse-drawn sleighs still travel through the valley. But nowadays, the proud, heavy horses transport tourists, not a monarch, through the mountain forest. While frost still reigns in the shadowy valleys, the sun is beating off the snow on the southern slopes. mountain spring is near. There are strange tracks in the melting snow. A mysterious being has left its footprint. These tracks are never seen in winter, but suddenly they are everywhere. In bygone days, people thought that these were the tracks of the Tatzelwurm, a creepy being with a reptile-like body and the head of a cat. But nature has an explanation for this phenomenon. Marmots. For 7 months, they were hibernating in their burrows underground. In mid-April, the large rodents emerge. As soon as hibernation is over, it's time to mate. The females can only conceive on 1 single day. Very few people ever get the chance to witness the mating of a marmot couple. Usually, the love act happens under cover of their burrow. A large part of the water contained in the snow evaporates and disappears in the azure sky above the mountains. The rest collects and flows downwards to the valley. Those drops that make it to the bottom feed the habitat of a strange bird. The dipper is the only songbird which looks for food underwater. In the crystal clear water, it hunts crustaceans and insect larvae. Wherever the dwindling snow exposes the ground, life is stirring. The Soldanella has already formed buds underneath the snow, and within a few hours, its blossoms open up. Now the sun coaxes other botanical gems from the ground. Among them, the Christmas rose, one of the largest and most magnificent spring flowers in the Alps. On its white petals, it offers bumblebees the first fresh pollen and nectar of the year. An old tale has it that the impressive mountain massif is a monument to a ghastly, scandalous deed. According to legend, Watzmann was once a bloodthirsty ruler. When he set his dogs on a peaceful family of shepherds during a hunt, the dying shepherdess cursed him. And the entire family of the tyrant, king, queen, and between them the children, were turned into stone for good. When warm and humid air rises along the slopes, clouds form far below the mountaintops. In this grey area between sky and earth, the black grouse assemble at their traditional mating grounds every year. The presentation of the magnificent plumage and The mutual trials of strength determine which cock gets to pass on its genes. The frantic hustle and bustle even arouses the curiosity of the chamois, who share the habitat with the now rare birds. It's getting warmer, and slowly the fog is lifting. At hourly intervals, the snow also disappears on the higher pastures. Like the black grouse, the alpine newts always gather at the same place for their courtship. As there are no aquatic plants, the muddy edge of the bank has to serve as the site for egg laying. In early May, the mountain pasture glows in fresh green, much to the joy of the marmots. After months of hibernation, their territories need to be redefined. A strange sound echoes from the forest. The capercaillie is the largest native bird. These stately creatures prefer the sun-drenched old coniferous mountain forests as a habitat. Despite their size, capercaillies are very frugal. Thanks to special microorganisms in their intestine, they can even survive on spruce needles. Now the well-camouflaged hen is the target of male desires. In order to enjoy her favors, the cocks perform a bizarre courtship ritual. The males always congregate in the same display arena. Gulps, belches and head bobbing make it clear who is the stronger. Once the victor is determined, the weaker male leaves the field. The capercaillie, the original chicken, has always made a powerful impression on humans. Allegedly, the courtship display of the capercaillie was the model for the famous Schuhplattler dance. There is no way to prove this, but it's for certain that Schuhplatteln has always been part of the regional tradition, here in Berchtesgaden National Park. Rugged limestone cliffs and steep rock walls characterize this natural fortress. Even chamois have to be careful not to fall. Impressive mountain peaks rise above the alpine meadows. The golden eagle has its nest in the steep rock walls. There is already a hungry chick in the eyrie. The parents need to keep going out hunting. Only rarely do they actually return to their rocky turret with prey. For centuries, hunters saw the golden eagle as a pest, competing with them for prey, so it was almost wiped out. It's only since the majestic bird of prey was put under protection that the population is recovering. In Berchtesgaden National Park, 4 pairs of eagles are breeding again. Until a few weeks ago, the camouflage of its winter coat provided optimum protection for the snow hare. Now it is having the opposite effect. However, the eagle was unable to follow it in the dense mountain forest. The rich mosaic of mountain pastures, forests, groups of bushes and bare rock creates an infinite number of niches and corners where animals and plants can live. This is one reason for the biodiversity of the national park. Everywhere life is now bursting from the ground, like these alpine auriculas. But the spotted nutcracker still relies on its winter supplies. Last summer, it hid an immense number of Arolla pine seeds in the ground. Alpine auriculas are widespread in chamois territory. That's why they're also called Gamsblume, chamois flower. It's high time for a change of coat, for when it gets warmer than 20 degrees Celsius, a thick furry coat becomes a burden. Primrose, gentian, and all the other spring flowers turn the sad brown of the mountain meadows into bright colors. But not just the chamois is losing his winter coat now. The snow grouse also gets a brown summer plumage. After the winter, the animals enjoy the juicy vegetation they have missed for so long. mountain wilderness like this lets us look into a time long gone, a time when nature, not mankind, formed the landscape. Now that the chamois have food in abundance again, their young are born. But as free and carefree as the childhood of the little fawns seems to be, many of them won't survive the summer. In the breeding season, chamois fawns are the golden eagle's main prey. But a golden eagle can only carry them away whole if the fawns weigh less than 7 kilograms. Again, the parent bird doesn't have fresh meat. He's only carrying thin twigs for the eyrie. The eagles don't endanger the chamois population because it's not necessary to snatch a fawn every day. Often, large prey remains in the eyrie for several days and is gradually fed to the chick. More and more wilderness is entering the eagle's territory. Since 1978, the national park's founding year, some 5,000 hectares of mountain forest have remained unused. Not even the dead wood of windthrow is removed. It's left to the natural cycle of growth and decay. An amazing number of animals are dependent on the dying trees and dead wood of mountain forests. The three-toed woodpecker loves to feed her chicks with fat beetle larvae. Just before the little woodpeckers get ready to fly, they need huge amounts of food and keep their parents busy with their constant begging. Three-toed woodpeckers specialize in wood-dwelling beetles, like lepturine beetles. Only in places with lots of dead wood will they find enough larvae for their young. Through the beetles, the energy contained in the dead wood is transferred to the woodpecker, so to speak. On rocky blocks in the midst of a sunny mountain pasture, white stonecrop is growing. On the meaty leaves, the Apollo butterfly's caterpillars hatch from tiny butterfly eggs. It takes several ingredients for a mountain pasture to become an Apollo nursery. Without alpine farming, the meadows and their many species would give way to the mountain forest within a few decades. That's why even in the national park, the alpine farming of the mountain pastures is welcome. Even if it doesn't look like it at first sight, alpine farming is a laborious business. This farmed alp is located in the national park. Here they've been making the aromatic Schüsselkäse, bowl cheese, for centuries. It's a long process for the cheese to get from the pot to the bowl and from there onto the plate. Overnight, the two cows have turned their stomachs full of juicy mountain herbs into aromatic milk. Even if the farm is still largely run traditionally, the dairymaid doesn't milk the cows by hand anymore. A milking machine powered by a noisy generator takes over the task. Edelweiss, the cow, has no preference. 10 minutes later, the udder is empty and the jug is full. The milk is poured into the centrifuge. The centrifuge is very old, we learn. The skimmed milk flows into the larger bucket. It's used to make the Schüsselkäse cheese, a delicacy manufactured in the mountains. In summer, the alpine meadows are a paradise for large and small herbivores. After about 6 weeks, the Apollo caterpillar is fully grown. Soon it will leave its fodder plant to pupate. Then, countless colorful butterflies will flutter across the alpine meadows. Not only the soft ground of the meadow, in many places the hard rocks also seem covered with hoof prints. However, these are the fossil remains of huge Megalodonticidae, cowstep mollusks, witnesses of a geological era long gone. 200 million years ago, the Berchtesgadener land was indeed covered by a tropical ocean. The Watzmann East Wall, 1,800 meters high, consists almost exclusively of sea sediment. It's the highest rock wall in the Eastern Alps. What used to be the seabed was lifted into lofty heights when the Alps were formed. Wind and weather keep gnawing at the rocks, and the rain washes it downwards to the valley. Embedded in a vast valley like a stony glacier is the largest debris flow of the Northern Alps, the Wimbachgries. The rare columbine, Aquilegia ainseliana, is an expert at moving gravel soil. At the end of June, it unfolds its delicate flowers. The dainty little plant lives in a habitat which couldn't be more extreme and barren, but it can thrive undisturbed. "2,500 years ago, the philosopher Heraclitus described the essence of nature with the words panta rei, everything flows. Here in the Wimbachgries, you can see that even mountains flow. While water is a rare sight in the rocky desert of the Wimbachgries, it is omnipresent in the valley of the national park's largest lake. At its southern end, the foaming water masses of Germany's highest waterfall plunge down over almost 400 meters. Water doesn't just collect in the brooks and lakes of the national park. Moist air masses condense in the coolness of the higher altitudes to form fog, which many plants and animals rely on, like the alpine salamander. Because it is partial to wet and cold weather, it is also called Regenmandel, rainman. The summer rain coaxes a veritable treasure from the stony soil. In the old days, many a bold lad risked his life to find it. Today, the Edelweiss and its habitat are under strict protection. The white, star-shaped flowers exude an aroma of sweat and honey, irresistible for flies. By carrying pollen from blossom to blossom, they ensure pollination. Like the Edelweiss, the ibex is an emblem of the Berchtesgaden Alps, despite the fact that within living memory there have never been ibex here. Only in the last century was the wild goat deliberately established here. Since then, it has been procreating slowly but steadily in the highest and most inaccessible rocky regions. Biologist Benjamin Menner examines the question of whether the ibex was endemic to this part of the Alps in earlier centuries. Evidence of this can be found in the depths of a cave which can only be accessed via a vertical gorge. In his work, Benjamin Menner is always aided by his wife Sandra. She's an experienced speleologist too. The two of them have salvaged many a surprise from the belly of the mountains. In the light of a warm summer day, the two of them descend into cold and dark. The narrow shaft leads to a special cave. Here, the bones of various animals are to be found. They belong to marmots, chamois, and 2 ibex that fell into the cave at some point. Now the skeletons are to be salvaged so they can be presented to the public in the National Park Centre. The bones were discovered a while ago, but Benjamin Menner was the first to examine them thoroughly. Taking out the bones is a complicated task, so that they can be exhibited according to their position on site later. Their position on the floor of the cave has to be documented with precision.
C1, nach links raus.
Benjamin Menner's favorite research subject is the life of cave moths. But this find also appeals to him a lot, as he can draw significant conclusions.
B1. Okay, das ist jetzt C2.
The recovery of the skeletons takes several hours. At 3 degrees Celsius and 100% humidity, the cold is creeping into the scientist's bones. Benjamin Menner has already sent some samples to a specialized laboratory to analyze the age of the bones. The results of the radiocarbon dating will be made public in the National Park Centre.
Wie viel war das dann da?
Das ist Nummer 66.
Previously, people had assumed that the ibex is only endemic to the Berchtesgaden Alps because it was established here in the last century. The skeletons from the cave proved otherwise. But if the ibex was actually native to this region originally, why did it disappear at some point? Could mankind have killed off the ibex centuries ago? There are no written sources verifying this, but there is some evidence just outside the boundaries of the national park. The Golling hunting frieze in Austria was probably etched into the rock in the 13th century. The ibex has a very weak flight instinct, which is why it was easy to kill the animal with arrows and lances. Many ibex must have fared like this one, until at some point there were none left. The early inhabitants of the Berchtesgaden Alps have left behind a whole collection of mysterious rock engravings. As many symbols are borrowed from Germanic mythology, some local historians assume that the oldest engravings date back to the time of the mass migration in the 5th century. The drawings etched into the rock prove how long mankind has been settled in the Berchtesgaden Alps. In midsummer, the extremely poisonous wolfsbane unfolds its blue flowers. The grazing livestock stay well clear of the inedible and dangerous perennials. However, an inconspicuous insect is making a beeline for them, the Gerstecker bumblebee. One of the world's rarest species of bumblebee, it can only survive in places where there is a lot of wolfsbane. Gerstecker bumblebees are extreme as far as specialization in a particular source of food is concerned. They exclusively feed on the nectar and pollen of the wolfsbane flower. With their long tongue, they easily reach the nectar, which is well hidden inside the flowers. A few weeks ago, the queen moved into an abandoned mouse nest. She's almost twice the size of the workers. Unlike honeybees, bumblebees don't make honeycombs, but care for their brood in larvae cells. The fat bumblebee larvae can already be seen under the waxen surface. When feeding them, the workers open up the cells and regurgitate nutritious food pulp into them. They do this by contracting their abdomen. If the temperature in the nest is about to drop, the workers gather the padding of the old mouse nest to warm the brood. Bumblebee colonies are characterized by a strict division of labor. Some care for the brood. Others fly out to visit the flowers of their only source of nectar. Wolfsbane is not the only plant the cows in the alpine pasture avoid. While one species is too toxic, the other one is too bitter. In late summer, the flowers of Gentian pannonica jut out of the alpine meadows in many places. At first sight, the lavish perennial has little in common with its much sung-about Asia relative. But, like all members of its species, Gentian pannonica is very rich in bitter substances. Cattle have a good sense of smell and an even better memory. After one bad experience with the bitter herb, they remember the smell and avoid it in future. To live is to learn, even in the animal world. The end of a hot summer day is often decided by heavy thunderstorms. Sudden changes of weather are a notorious danger up here. For the locals of Berchtesgaden, however, these are reminders of the curse which created their most beautiful mountain.
This marsupial strikes an imposing stance to look as large as possible. It is the red kangaroo, the largest of the kangaroos. When a male red kangaroo faces a challenger or wants to impress a female, it will pose like this in a display of dominance. When males fight, they use their tails for support while kicking each other with their powerful legs. Their hind legs are 5 times longer than their front legs. Kangaroos are remarkable jumpers and can cover 5 meters in a single bound. How did these marsupials come to exist in Australia, and what is the state of their habitat today? This nature reserve is about a 5-hour drive from Canberra in the southern region of Australia. It is a paradise for the eastern grey kangaroo. With their pouches and their long legs, kangaroos are peculiar animals. They are called marsupials, a class of mammals. They are also called pouched mammals. Kangaroos are the largest marsupial species. This is a male eastern grey kangaroo. It's searching for a mate. It has chosen a female to mate with. It starts courting the female. Even though the male is intent on mating, the female shows no interest. The female goes the opposite way. a different male approaches the female. The two males tussle with each other over who will mate with the female. These two males are not about to give up yet. The smaller male eventually backs down. This is how the female chooses a dominant male with superior genes. How many unknown animal species have existed throughout the history of Earth?